God, I hope so. It isn't canon until that man gets me a collar. If you like it, then you got to put a collar on it. Oi, that's way further. I think you'll find that the turtleneck is in any weather is just in case there's any other marks on my neck. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're all having a lovely morning. Words? Come on, Sensei. Get your shit together. I woke up late. I've been late to everything today. I just got home, so I'm doing my best. I was shoving dinner down my face. So we started late. I'm very sorry. Also, oh no, we had the emote on. That wasn't supposed to be on. That's steely. Good morning, everybody. Cu-Sensei is half asleep, but Cu-Sensei will wake up as we go on. I was shoving a big old chicken burrito covered in cheese sauce into my mouth. I ordered a burrito. I expected it to be a handheld food I could eat on the way home. They gave me it in a big thing covered in cheese sauce, like in its own little like tin foil bowl kind of thing. So I had to carry it home and grab a spoon before I could eat it. It was rough. Delicious, but rough. But I'm blaming that on me being late. Certainly not my underpreparedness. Yeah, no, not that. Could it be that? Anyway, good morning, everybody. Everyone. I hope you're having a lovely day. If you haven't seen it already, I have pinned a message in the chat section. Basically, if you guys would like to share your pets while the stream is going on, I've got a Twitter link up. I'm also thinking about using YouTube communities in the future, because I don't know many people that actually use YouTube communities, but apparently it lets you like make posts kind of like a social media site. And so that way anybody who doesn't have Twitter, like everybody here has YouTube, because this is YouTube. So it might be a better way with connecting with people, especially people that don't want to use Twitter with like the way they've been doing a lot of other things. But good morning, everyone. I hope you're all having a lovely evening. I'm just still looking into some things about that and making sure it's safe and that we won't just get spammed. Lurkers might not. Oh, 100%. And lurkers don't have to post anything. It's just for the people who don't, you know, want things that they post to have an instant button that they can click and just make it AI editable in all kinds of silly ways. But either way. Kami, thank you so much for donating the flowers. My birthday today. I bought NS2 for myself as a birthday gift. Sensei, Pokemon ZA/Arceus when? I don't know. I really wanted to play Pokemon a few months ago, and now it's kind of... the drive has gone out. I mean, I really blame the Pokemon Minecraft thing for me almost playing it at one point. If we were going to play one, we'd probably play one with Poplio in it, because Poplio is a cute little guy. NS2? Which one's NS2? I don't even know what NS2 is. But I hope it was a nice birthday, Kami. Thank you so much for donating the flowers. I want to hear more. What is NS2? Is that a Pokemon thing? Because But yeah. It would probably be Arceus, actually. I would want, like, the Dark Souls Pokemon. I would like the dodging around enemies Pokemon. But happy birthday, Kami. Thank you so much for donating the flowers. And thank you so much for all the incredible text boxes, which we finally got a chance to use. 2 months in the making. It took us 2 months. No, it's not even 2 months. Sorry, 4 months. 4 months in the making. It took us 4 months to finally do our first ever Metamorphosis Lost read-through. So finally, we got to actually use those after debut, so that's nice. Oh, Nintendo Switch 2. That makes so much sense. That's why asking about Pokemon. I love my Nintendo Switch 2. It just makes like playing some of the classic games easier. I'm going to be honest, since I bought the Nintendo Switch 2, I haven't bought any actual Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive games. I just bought the upgrades for the Zelda games. I've been playing Fata Morgana on it. That's the only one we've been playing on stream on it. But I just bought the upgrades for the Zelda games so that they like run smooth and look so pretty and have the little additions where you can use the little phone app stuff. It'd be nice if Nintendo came out with some new games that I actually care about at some point. It's been a hot minute since we had to do Zelda, but I mean, like, yeah, those take a while, but you know, it's been a bit since they had like an exclusive RPG or something. I guess I'm looking forward to the next Souls game from them. It looks like it's like a spin-off of Bloodborne type thing. It's a Nintendo Switch exclusive Souls-like from FromSoft, so I'm looking forward to that one. I think it's got vampires. I think they're vampires in that, but either way, I'm very interested. I have Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, and I have 100 hours in it. I've heard that's really good. I heard that added a lot to the lore as well, but then some people hate it too. What about Pokopia? What's Pokopia? Is that the Pokemon farming sim where you play as a Ditto? Is that one I want to play? There's the Pokemon Animal Crossing thing with Ditto? Yeah, that'll probably be our first Pokemon game. Because I have been wanting to do a farming sim game for a few months, and that still is stuck in my mind. It all depends on what comes out first. That, or the one where you go to a witch college. I forget what that one's called as well, but the one that was on Kickstarter that basically looks like Fields of Mystria, and I forget the other name of the other one that everybody loves. The one where your grandfather leaves you a farm. But it looks like one of those, but you're in a witch's college, so... What are those? Whether that or Pokopia comes out first, we'll be playing those on Nintendo Switch 2. Zipper, thank you so much for donating the flowers. Oh my god, you've got your pupper in your avatar. We get an early look at a pupper. Look at the tongue. Boy is just fully going. Hi, Q-chan and Puppos. I'm glad to round off my birthday with you. I couldn't spend this birthday with my dog, so it's nice to see your pets instead. Don't worry, he's at my parents' house. Mine too! Thank you so much for the cute stream. Maybe. No, it will be cute. We were just joking in the beginning about pet play, and leaving marks on people and whether I'm Feileacan's pet or not. But happy birthday. I hope you had a wonderful birthday. I'm sorry that your papa couldn't be there with you, but yeah, sometimes you move into an apartment that doesn't allow animals. Sometimes other things go on, so I hope they're getting taken care of well. I hope you had a lovely birthday, and I hope you get a good time to hug your pupper and take care of them soon. It's multiplayer, I think, the Dustbloods. Dustbloods is multiplayer? That's wild, too. Shockingly enough, Age of Imprisonment is very good. It adds a lot of Tears of the Kingdom, which I appreciate a lot. Yeah, I heard that. We'll see. Kuchan's team could be butterflies and dogs. Feli's team could be ghosts and fire. Ooh, ghosts and fire would be good. Hell yeah. Or Feli's could be butterflies and flower. Butterflies and flowers. Fire. Butterflies and fire. And mine could be dogs and ghosts. Ghosts work too. If you also want a game where you turn into a Pokemon, you'd probably like the Mystery Dungeon series. I've heard that one's okay, but it's not something I'm interested in. I don't know. I don't need a JRPG right about now, especially not set in the Pokemon world. Pet play. I see I missed something at the start here. I mean, it's literally in the title of the video too. So, doing okay there, Sensei? I'm doing great. I'm slowly waking up. Look, for the first time in ages, we're gonna go through our schedule for the week. Isn't that crazy? I remember things now. We used to go through our schedule every week, and then I stopped doing it because I was just like dead. Just kind of dead, honestly. If anything, I was dead. Brain frogs attack early. Yeah, I spent all day yesterday writing and working on other things, so it was a good day. For one thing, the artwork is by Lemaire. It's absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. Lemaire always kills it. The faces always look so amazing. I love the way that they draw eyes and lips. It's me in the classroom posing, looking like I'm getting ready to do a wonderful piece of art. But let's be honest, it'll probably be something ridiculous and silly. Writing or writing? I said writing. How dare. Wake up at 3 p.m. Sensei, you'll sleep. I didn't say I woke up at 3 p.m. I had a work day. I've been at school. I grabbed my burrito on the way home. That made me late, but I am tired in general. Life is tiring. I want to just hibernate through winter. Why not both? Writing about writing. Either one works. I zoned out. Who is Sensei writing? Literally no one. I don't. I shouldn't have made the title this today. This is on me. This is on me. Didn't know so many pupils were born today. Happy birthday. Yeah, we have 2 pupils with birthdays today. So happy birthday, guys. I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay. On Monday, what's today? We're doing Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei. Shut up, Ku-chan. They know that. We're taking 2 days off. On this day, I'm doing lots of businessy stuff. On this day, this is my actual break day. Every Wednesday is always going to be a break day. Doesn't matter that we're now doing membership streams on Sunday. Wednesday is always going to be like, that's my Ku-chan gets to sleep after work day. Changing the title wouldn't have saved you, Sensei. Oh, I know. I know what the pupils are. I know what you are. And I like it. Okay, on Thursday, we're coming back for the Willow Mist Emporium. You gotta do both if you're not a coward. Gotta get that reference material. You have just described so many hentai, doujin, manga plots. Oh my god. Probably a lot of erotic fiction as well, but I haven't read any just yet. But my god, I've seen a lot of those ones. A lot of those ones where it's like, I need material. I need to know how this thing works. So let's experience every single kink in the universe. What a time to enjoy the stream. I know, right? Yeah, well, eventually I'm going to need to learn how to write a Feileacan scene, so. What are we thinking, Feli? It's more fun if he'd actually respond. I have to voice act the response. He never actually responds. So a teacher's pet not by choice, but by right. Exactly. You got to earn that seat of honor. Yet. With that said, Willow Mist Emporium on Thursday. We're finishing off the demo. I hope. I would like to think we'll be able to finish it in one more go. If we can't, that'll actually be impressive. But yeah, Willow Mist Emporium, if you don't remember, it's the one by 2.5 Studios who make A Date with Death. It looks really, really cute. We got to a certain level. We met 4 of the 5 love interests. I really like Lucille in the armor. I also really like the sub-story with like Auntie's werewolf on and off kind of lover who loves her so dearly and she's not sure if she should love him back kind of thing. So we'll see more of Willow Mist Emporium and see how that goes. On Friday, we're diving into A Space for the Unbound because you guys managed to convince me. I wasn't sure what else we were going to be playing this week, and most of the games on my list for now are visual novels. Probably should have something like shorter and more like engageable, something comfy and silly. But yeah, you guys told me the other day that actually it's kind of similar to Metamorphosis Lost and Persona 5 and Rakuen and Alundra and other games like that where you dive into people's minds and like change things, save things, and are trying to save the entire world. So I was very curious and looked it up and found out that, yeah, that is in the full stream description. So I'm down. I'm going to dive into it. I'm going to try it. It sounds interesting. It's set in 90s Indonesia, so I wonder if I'll feel like nostalgia as a 90s kid or be completely lost as somebody who's never been to Indonesia. Then, Saturday, let's design a writer's study. So from Sunday, every Sunday from now on, we're going to be doing streams where we jump on Go, which is a cute little game in which you design your own character, design your own room, and then it's just like a virtual space where your character is studying, is working, is drawing, is doing something simple to pass the time, essentially. So the Sunday streams from here on out are going to basically be keyboard ASMR with the BGM, like the Metamorphosis Lost BGM, while I just type and work. And it also has little things built in that can remind you like every hour to get up and stretch, or every 50 minutes to take a 10-minute break just to relax and reset a little bit. It has all kinds of features like that for depending on the type of creative individual you are, like if you need to take breaks, if you need to do this or that, if you just want something cute going on. It also has its own music system built into it, as well as like a Hatsune Miku DLC kind of thing. But yeah, it basically plays chill lo-fi music to help you like work, study, whatever it is that you're doing. So on Saturday, what we're going to do is design my avatar, and then we're going to design our room and go. So that should be just like a cozy little stream where we hang out. I'm going to try and make myself look as much like myself as I can. And then I'm not sure if we're going to, I don't know, possibly like create a classroom, possibly create a writer's study, possibly create my bedroom. And then once we've created that room and my avatar, when we start streaming on Sundays, if you happen to have Go on PC, which unfortunately does cost money, it's on sale right now, but don't worry about it. It's just if you happen to have it, up to 15 other people can join my same room while we're doing studying streams. So it'll just be like a rotation of Pupals coming and going into the room if they feel like it and if they happen to have the game. But yeah, this should be a very cozy stream where we are just like designing a room. We might design a couple depending on how long it takes. We'll try to make it as beautiful as possible, just so those Sunday streams from now on will be as comfy as possible, but more than anything, it will be cute. Like, I like designing spaces like that. There are so many games where it's like designing bedrooms, designing backgrounds, doing fashion kind of things. So yeah, should be a nice time. That's going to be our week. We got Willow Mist Emporium, so we got a cute dating game. We got A Space for the Unbound, which should be like more emotional and energetic. We've got designing a writer's study, which should be very chill and relaxing. And then yeah, we're going to start our every Sunday writing streams. Can't start our streams this week because I'm back at school soon. I'm sad, but education. Good luck on your education. I hope it goes well, and don't worry about it. The VODs will always be here. I saw a Pupal on Go where they made your classroom. Somebody's made my classroom already? Wait. If you're the Pupal who managed to make my classroom in Go, please share it under hashtag Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei. I would love to see that. I saw somebody made a me avatar in Go and it looked really good. That's actually where I first properly heard about Go, because I was like, wow, you can customize this much? Maybe this will be interesting. But yeah, I didn't see that somebody made the classroom in it. That's crazy. Maybe I'll get motivated enough to write my semester paper that I have due on the 18th. I hope so. It is apparently very good for helping people work on things. I've seen a lot of artists use it. Even Ria. Ria, while she was doing the rigging on my model, was using Go, and I didn't know that was Go at the time. I just saw this cute little avatar thing going on, and that every couple of hours it would like give her a little alarm bell and tell her to go stretch and get up and walk around and stuff, and it was like, oh, that's a cool little app. But then, yeah, I've seen some other VTubers use it in very unique ways. Like, once you build a room, you can also, like, design little elements. I saw one VTubing community take the design that one VTuber used and then, like, fill an entire wall with memories about different things that they'd done throughout the year, which seemed like a really cute use for it. So it's just a nice way to, like, interact with fans a little bit, have a little fun time, and, yeah, create your own little virtual space to hang out in. So that'll be nice. Plus, you know, we'll be adding to our own background and stuff. Like I said, I got plans for our, like, bedroom background. Definitely adding the Morgana plush, but I kind of want to wait to also add the Grimmy plush at the same time. But I think we're going to wait for the Grimmy plush for when they actually maybe release a demo for A Date with Death 2. A demo for A Date with Death 2 would be a good time. Also, I have turmeric tea. Sorry, my throat's a bit rough today. Well, I've been doing voice acting for that other project that I'm working on. The one that was announced. It's nothing secret. Go is so cute and actually effective for me. I only have the mobile version though, so I can't join you guys, but looking forward to the Go stream still. Yeah, if you want to just play it on mobile and just design your own spaces, you can do that for free. Apparently the mobile version is free, but you cannot connect to PC servers because it doesn't have a multiplayer version. But I think on the mobile version, you can use it just to, like, remind yourself to do all those other things like getting up and stretching and collect the points and design your avatar and place and stuff. I accidentally started a literature club among the Pupals because my Metsuo is president of the literature club. He's the only members. And Pupals thought it was a good idea. So you designed like a Pupal Sono that was president of the literature club and then other people were like, yeah, we're joining that? That's adorable. What are you guys reading right now? What's on the literature club's plan, or do you guys just share the books that you've read? Very packed week. Really looking forward to the writing and show streams. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've had very short weeks for a long while. Like, November destroyed us. December kind of slowed us down. So we're supposed to be having 4 streams a week. Plus, you know, the Sunday stream I don't even properly count as a stream because it's not something that we're really doing much in. I'm literally going to turn on Go and then do my normal writing thing. So yeah, it's still, we're finally back to 4 streams. It just kind of appears as 5 streams. Draw for like 4 hours straight while using Go. Oh, careful. That kind of goes against the whole thing, but you know, as long as your back isn't dying and your wrists aren't crapping, be careful. You should never sit still for more than 2 hours in a row. Honestly, every 1 hour you should get up and like do a little stretch. But 2 hours are like the absolute limit where you should like then spend like 10 to 15 minutes getting your heart rate up a little bit, stretching your muscles, like unshrimping, uncramping, all of that. I have to turn Go off a lot since the polygons take too much GPU power. I've heard for some people on PC it can be like a little limiting as well, especially for people that are doing artwork. For me, it's just going to be writing, so it shouldn't feel very heavy at all. Plus, this model has like 2,000 layers, so anytime I'm using this model, it's taking a good chunk of my GPU anyway. But yeah, in general, like, yeah, art programs and like rigging programs and like animation software, a lot of that takes a lot more than just like writing or other simple things, so I could see that. I'm also going to add a few more songs to this list. 1 second. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add the romance theme. But I'm going to add a few. I'm going to add the Metamorphosis theme. We're going to have a playlist today. Instead of just one song going on continuously, we're going to have a few. So they loop. Gentle. Also, to everybody who was asking what the new soundtracks were, there are no new soundtracks. There are no new soundtracks, just so everybody knows. It's the same soundtracks we've had since the beginning so far. They just, you know, I guess you guys have forgotten about some of them. Today, we had like one of the soundtracks that isn't technically a Metamorphosis Lost one, but it's still one of the ones since we've used since the beginning. It's another one designed by Alec that we are allowed to use. There's so much creative freedom in Go that I get stuck. I love them for the body doubling, but they absolutely kill my laptop battery. Ooh. Gotcha. I'm excited to see what I can create. I'm not a very artistic person, so we'll see the best that I can do in creating a room. And if it happens that a different Pupal has already made a better room, I don't know if you could share rooms, but that'd be sick. Give me a sec, Sensei. I'm trying to put the pic of my cat and my dog as my profile icon. Why is YouTube making it so difficult? YouTube can be a dick sometimes about changing simple things. It's the same as Twitter. If you have Twitter Blue, every time you change anything, it like resets everything, and then for like 3 days, you count as somebody different. We'll be roommates. That's the hope. I mean, definitely on the Go streams in Sunday, anybody who has the program can join in and just join our room. Hopefully it doesn't turn out like a certain other literature club. I say I'd love to join. Yeah. Hopefully we don't find anybody hanging around. Or we don't get trapped outside of existence. But let's hope. Although I would take purple haired girl. I would accept that. That would be a fun ending. That I'm happy with. Everyone is welcome in the literature club as long as you have a desire to learn and share stories, poetry, and books you love. Everyone is welcome. As they should be. It's fun to talk about books. It's fun to share your love of anything, whether it's like literature, movies, TV shows. I finally started watching the anime. Fucking, I forgot its name already. But I finally started watching the Monster Girl anime. It is not what I expected. It's a bit more depressing than I thought. Like, I knew the main girl was gonna be very emo and like wanting to die and stuff, but man, I've only watched the first 4 episodes so far. Not Monster Musume. Sorry, the Monster Yuri anime. The one about eating. Yeah, it's something like this monster wants to eat me or something. But the storyline is basically a very depressed teenage girl. I literally had repeat on. Why are you acting like I didn't? Wait. Why is it? No, you're supposed to... Did it not add every song I added? I tried to make a playlist. Okay, it did. It was just being silly. This monster wants to eat me. That one. It's about a teenage girl who's very depressed because she lost her whole family and has like survivor's guilt, depression, a bunch of other stuff. She almost gets eaten by another monster, then gets saved by a mermaid who tells her, I'm going to eat you, but not yet. She wants her to grow and age and develop a bit to become more delicious before she eats her. So it's got like all kinds of Yuri themes, cannibalism mentions. It's got some cuteness as well. There's like some other characters in it that are adorable. I'm only up to episode 4, but so far it's mostly been the MC talking about how much she wants to die and how she wishes she could just be eaten by the mermaid already so it would end. And the mermaid just playfully, seductively touching her lips and pushing her around and telling her she's got to eat her and how delicious she smells. And fun times. Yuri Black Butler. Essentially, I would say it's a bit more charged than Yuri Black Butler, but I hope it goes somewhere. I hope that it does like end within like 1 season and that the storyline does show the characters develop in an interesting way. So Sensei can't fool us on April Fool's since Sensei will get Twitter jail if he changes either name or profile picture. I'll take the Twitter jail. It's worth it. I'll do it. But yeah, I am finally watching that, and I'm already excited for one anime this season to air, to fully air, so I can watch it as well. Because I heard episode 1 is incredible. The one where a reclusive writer has to take in her niece after her brother and his wife die. And so she kind of like, yeah, chat immediately knows. That was even before I started explaining the anime. Just as soon as I was like, yeah, there's an anime that just started airing I'm excited for. It's like, yeah, it's Ikokuniki. It's Living with the Witch. It's about a 15-year-old girl who like moves in with her, I don't know, mid-30s aunt who's a writer. And the bond that forms between them, like one reclusive, depressed person, one little rainbow of sunshine. It seems slice of life, Iyashike, grumpy adult accidentally adopting a child. It looks very cute. The artwork looks amazing. I've heard the voice acting is incredible. And yeah, I've heard the manga is amazing. I know it's already got like a live action movie adaptation, but I'm waiting for the full season 1 to end so I can just like storm through it. There's something about anime. I can watch like a 1 hour, like 40 to 60 minutes weekly series. I can do that. When it comes to 20 episode sections, I can't do that weekly. You just start to get into the episode and then it just stops. And I'm just like, no, more. please more. So I can't do weekly episodic anime anymore, which is a shame because, yeah, when it's up to like 40 minutes to an hour, I can do that once a week and I can be like, oh, it's nice to spread this out. After Taco P, I cannot recover to watch anymore. I still haven't finished Taco P. I got like 6 episodes in and then I was depressed. Like, yeah, it's such a sad show. Every new episode is like, how are they going to torture these children this time? All of the fucking children. I heard about this. It's Yuri and I've been missing out. Yeah, it's we'll see how it goes. I think one of the problems I have with the monster show so far is just, yeah, the monster wants to eat me. One of the problems I have with it so far is just the fact that one of the girls is 15. And that's not like, oh no, 15-year-olds can't have romance. It's just, it's, you know, it's aimed at a younger audience, essentially. It is not like a weird thing. It's just like, she's a 15-year-old girl. I wanted a Monster Girl Yuri where the girl was like 22, 23, 24. And so when a Monster Girl approached her and was like, you smell delicious. I want to eat you. I wanted her to immediately be like down fucking bad and like, eat me. Oh. Like, I wanted there to be a bit more like sexual tension, but this is actually kind of sweet Yuri so far. It's been kind of gentle. So it wasn't what I was expecting, but it is very much like, this is cute. We'll see where it goes. Hopefully it'll like knock it out of the park when it comes to the emotional development and curing this girl of her depression. What I was hoping for was a lot more like fan fiction heavy. I was expecting Monster Girl to sweep her off her feet and like, yeah, Monster Girl Yuri looking at Ebihime visual novels. Oh, Ebihime writes so well. When it comes to, oh god, what's the one where you get like trapped in a witch's spell and you go through like 4 different stories? That one's great. I still haven't played the sequel to that. Or the Mushroom Girl one. Or the upcoming one where you're like a maid. Or was it a nun? She's done all kinds of Yuri ones. A couple of yaoi ones too. My whole life is over. I'm too old. There's nothing left. The teenager. To be fair, she did lose her whole family. I still haven't figured out how her whole family died yet. But, you know, she has reasons to be depressed. She may be 15, but she's been through some shit. She just, you know, she'll hopefully move forward and learn to love life and appreciate things again, so. Takapi has only 6 episodes? Excuse me? I thought Takapi went on to 13. Takapi's Original Sin. Watch Takapi's Original Sin. Wait, what? Oh. Eh? Does that finish the whole story? How are they going to wrap that up that quickly? Huh? I have so many questions. Yeah, it's only 6. What a... Bleh. Bleh. My brain hurts. It did not feel like it was anywhere near the end where I got to. It's a very self-contained story. Good shit. It's nice when they actually just do like a straightforward, like, oh, this only needs 6 episodes, but we'll actually do it. They don't try to stretch it out. They don't try to add things. So good for them. At the same time, I'm very worried. I was like, man, it's going to take them a long time to sort out all these kiddos' mental issues. Whoa, God, that's going to be bad. They haven't gone through anything. It's just like, and this is how this kid is traumatized. And this is how this kid is traumatized. This is why this kid is dealing with so much shit. Okay. Good luck, Taco P. Now I really need to finish it. I could finish that tonight. I'm the opposite. I watch anime because anything that has episodes longer than 30 minutes feels like too much of a time commitment. Yet I watch streams knowing their last hours. That's fair. I think I'm the opposite. I watch like YouTube stuff if I just want to like blow 10 to 40 minutes. If I want to like properly enjoy something, I need it to be a decent length. I need it to be like 40 minutes to 6 hours. Otherwise, I'm just like, If I want to focus on something, I need something a bit longer that will engage me more and tell a full story kind of thing. The 20 minutes of anime it's like it goes past the 10 to 15 minute mark where it's like I was just killing time while eating a meal or exercising. But then it also doesn't hit that like 40-minute stride where it's like, oh, okay, this feels good. Now I've passed some time and I've relaxed and enjoyed it and immersed myself in the world. So yeah, it's a thing. Sometimes the story ain't that long, but the suffering/burn is so continuous that it feels like an eternity. Yeah. Those kids are cooked, apparently. Will we have a watch-along of Taco P? No, watch-alongs are going to be a very rare thing on this channel. It'll only be for things that I'm like very interested in, that I feel like are thematic, and preferably things that we could actually share on screen would be great. But we'll see. Kuchan, would you be planning to play Cage of Roses? Probably not, honestly. Cage of Roses is the one that's drawn by my artist mama, Rock Mama. It's like a vampire romance story, where a lesbian vampire romance story, where one girl gets like kidnapped by a lady vampire and then just decides like, hey, I like this imprisonment. But yeah, it's pretty long, and we've got a bunch of visual novels to pay first. I don't think, if anything else, we're probably not going to play it within like 2026 kind of thing. The artwork is beautiful. The storyline looked great. I did play the demo. So I would say, like, if you're interested in that, go check it out. But for me... So would you binge anime then, Kyoshi? Sometimes. Sometimes. I normally watch them in like 3 to 4 episode segments, but there are times... What anime was it? Oh, Orb. When I watched Orb a few months ago, like, I did that expecting, like, oh, I'll watch 3 to 4 episodes and then I'll be fine. I watched like 3 to 4 episodes. I was immersed. And then like the day after, I was like, I need to go back. I watched like another 12 episodes. And then the day after, I finished off the whole series. It just depends if things like really get like under my skin and I'm like, oh, I need to finish this. I am a bit of a binger. Binging is not the healthiest way to do things. It definitely like fucks with your brain a little bit. But yeah, normally I could be like, yeah, no, I've got like an hour or two here or there. I'll watch something relaxed and chilled and just fill this time. But yeah, there are some things where I'm like, this is so good. I'm giving up my responsibilities right now. Let's just finish this. Also, Bibble. Oh, God. So Barbie Fairytopia. We'll do the Fairytopia trilogy someday. Someday. I feel like it's got to be suffering. So it'll probably be... It has to be a special occasion, is what I'm saying. The type of person, when someone clicks my neuron signals, expect me to lose 3 days of sleep binge watching because I go either saying one more episode and I'll be done, promise. That's the worst thing. The worst thing is when you're like watching it late at night and you're like, oh, but that cliffhanger though, I need to at least finish like one more episode. And that happens like 4 to 5 times in a row. And then it gets to like 4 a.m. and you're like, wow. At this point... I'm probably just going to have to call in sick to work, so I might as well finish this series and just become nocturnal for today. Saying me with Danmei that consumes me, I'll inhale that shit. Oh yeah, novels are very much like that as well. Novels go one of 2 ways for me. It's either like I'll read 1 or 2 chapters, sometimes 3 or 4, a night for a few nights in a row, and then I'll like get distracted by something else and forget to ever go back to them. Or I'll get really immersed in a story at one point after a couple of chapters, keep reading a bunch, put it down for the night, and then spend the next entire day reading it and just like finish it within 2 to 3 days. Ugh, they're dangerous, man. They're dangerous. Have you watched Pluribus? No, but I have heard it's as good as... Fuck. What's that one where you have like the inside office personality and outside the office personality? I've heard it's the new one of those since it was also released on Apple TV. Have you watched I'm in Love with the Villainess? It's a cute Yuri that gets plot heavy later. No. A friend of mine really, really loves that one though. Girl DM always recommends that one. Girl DM watches so much like villainess stuff, like villainess reincarnation stuff. Has gotten me into some really good ones, but I go backwards and forwards. Like my last villainess one was Baccarina. That was great. Baccarina's story was amazing, and it's just like it's there's just an influx of revived villainess in like new world scenarios or revived as a villainess scenarios where it's like I got kind of overwhelmed. It felt like the isekai genre for a little bit where I was like, okay, have we done enough spins on this yet? Me watching a 600 chapter Danmei. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Still have not finished. As long as you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. And yeah, Severance, that one. Severance was fucking incredible. I also really hope that they actually have a plan on how to wrap it up, because they take a long time to make each season, and it's good that they do invest the time and properly develop the story and don't just try to rush it out. But at the same time, the fact that the next season still isn't coming until 2027, and that doesn't appear to be the final season, so the season after that will probably be 2029. Like, I don't want to still be watching this series when I'm 40. I'm not gonna lie. They've told a good amount of story as it is. They could have like self-contained it within like 2 or 3 seasons, and you know, it just keeps expanding rather than tying up other things. So we'll see. But I've liked it so far. It still surprises me in interesting ways. I think one of the craziest things they did was just randomly having a child working at the company who plays the theremin, and then having the dude dance. Like, they do so many things that are just so out of pocket where you're like, how did they think this up? And it makes you unsettled. It hits you in that uncanny, like, weird kind of sense where it's just like, something weird is going on here. The theremin, I know. Why are you a child? Because of when I was born. I know, she was so no nonsense about it as well. You eventually found out it was like a work program kind of thing. But at the same time, she just shows up. She's working there. She gets promoted above like other grown-ass adults. And it's like, are we ever going to address this? Like, the only time people ask questions, she's just like so nonchalant about it. She's just like, because I was born. Like, I'm the one in charge here. Get with the program. Oh, God. The Old Man Reincarnated as Villainess is really good. I haven't heard that one yet. That seems wild. Anime episodes are the right length to binge, though. To binge, yes, but that's what I mean. They're just... Are they the right lengths to binge, though? Or would it be better to have, like, a 40 to 60-minute anime than only have 4 episodes in a season? I don't know. If you say it's the right length to binge, that's very, very different from being the right length. So, you know. Basically, me today, I called in sick on work to finish Babel by R.F. Kuang. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta lock in. You're like, nah, I gotta finish this thing before I can move on. That's me with my crochet. 1 more row for tonight, then I'll sleep. Here's birds chirping outside. No, I'm so sorry. Also, sorry. Because I have a few different artists working on a few different official things, I saw you mention the fact that, like, the cardigan changes color and everything. It's like, yeah, it's up to the interpretation of the artist. They're supposed to match the colors of the dust butterflies, so it is supposed to be yellow, blue, purple, orange. But, like, on the official model, the orange looks kind of red. I think that's because it's under the hand. So on a lot of other ones, people have thought the orange was red and the yellow was orange and turned the bluish kind of purple as well. So, yeah. But that's what it's supposed to be. Mighty 9 is binge-worthy. Mighty 9, I tried to give that one a watch. The first episode was interesting. They've got so much backstory going on. I just kind of want to see the Jewel of the Sea. I kind of want to see the Jewel of the Sea in Tusk Love. I'm glad they're taking their time with it, but I guess, yeah, it's binge-worthy in the fact that I feel like I have to dedicate like a couple of hours to get into that. For sure. For sure. Theremin? Yeah, theremin's a very cool musical instrument, but man, it's also a weird one. Yeah, it feels like a lot of that stuff was made just to be like surreal and make you feel like, strange. Has Kuchan heard of Nausea? I played the game and loved it so much I did 2 full runs twice, and its anime is currently airing. I have heard of that. The game is too long for me to commit to, same as Your Turn to Die right now, but I am interested in trying it someday. Probably not one that I would stream though, since you have to like loop it hundreds of times sometimes if you're bad at the game. But yeah, I know the anime is running. I've seen some people saying some good things about it, so it's good. I was orange, not red. For a minute, I thought I was colorblind. Like I said, on this model, it kind of looks red. Where am I? I've got so many things open. Yeah, it looks very red on the model, but it is supposed to be orange. And the yellow is, like, the yellow is probably, it's supposed to be, like, yellow to where it is highlighted. It's because rock draws in such a way. So the red, the orange. is in a shadow since it's like hidden behind one arm and with a hand on top of it. So you don't really get the bright spot that like every other spot gets like a bright spot. But it's supposed to match the dust butterfly, which means bright yellow, bright blue, purple, orange. It's supposed to be like twilighty kind of colors, essentially. The colors of the sun going down, things coming to an end. That's dust butterfly. I actually did crush out last week. Sorry. Yeah. It's the same thing as my eyes. I saw a couple of people confused, like in Metamorphosis Lost, where I described my eyes as gray. Because I have mentioned the fact before that before Feileacan possessed me, I had like very light blue eyes. Light blue eyes in English are referred to sometimes as gray if there's like a literal like lack of melanin, whichever one it is. So yeah, very light blue would also be called gray by some people. And then when Feileacan possessed me, they got like little opaly shines in them. Also, this is slightly low quality. Sorry, well, I'm using the half quality model. Let me fix that. I'll be right back to the half quality one because it runs better on my computer, but yeah, as you can see, they're like, the main color in them is probably more of a gray than a blue nowadays because they are opalescent. So they're gray, but then with a little like a bluish kind of tint, and then little bits of like yellow, purple, green, opalescent. Okay, back to the half-size one. Blah. But yeah, so I describe my eyes as gray sometimes just to refer to them as like, yeah, I think that's their main color. Grayish with like a blue shine and then with like little bits of light inside them of multiple colors. So yeah, I did change it to opal though, because I saw... It was brought up to me by one person, one of the people who is currently like translating the novel into Chinese. And I was like, oh yeah, no, gray is just like a way to describe light blue. And I would say the main color of my eye is gray anyway, but then with a bit of like light blue and then more like little colors inside it. But then I saw other people on Twitter bringing it up as well and getting confused. And I was like, okay, I'll just change it to opal eyes. The TL struggles, I know. I get that one, because if you say gray eyes in English, it does mean like a very, very light shade of blue. And it can just mean like the color gray in general. From far away, they look more blue than gray anyway. But I would still describe them as gray. Melatonin is for sleep. Got you. Melanin then. Sensei, you're so close. I know. I very rarely zoom in that much. Reads like gray or silver in most literature too. Still gray like the sky after a soft sun shower. Yeah. Gray eyes are kind of real. Depends if the skin tone contrasts against the blue enough. I would say no matter what, every person I've seen that say they have gray eyes, it's more the fact that you don't have like the ring of hazel. If you have a ring of like yellowish gold rather, or no ring at all, and it's just pure light blue, that's how when I see people describe them as gray. Scientifically, like they describe it as when you have not a bit of melanin in your eyes. So it is just like pure light blue, which is light blue in my eyes. In my eyes. In my eyes, it's light blue, but we say it's gray. Just like when people have like very, very light brown eyes, we can describe them as amber eyes or golden eyes, because if they catch the light the right way, they do look like they shine golden. So it's just words. Sensei, your perception of colors makes me feel like you might be colorblind. I know colors. Toby TBC, Rabbit TBC, thank you so much for donating 20 scholarships to the Pupals. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for being here, and welcome everybody to the scholarship. If you haven't checked it out yet, please do check out the membership tag, but we've got a few gifts for you in there. So Lam G really is just brown-eyed, huh? Very, very light brown. Like, that's the thing. Just saying, like, I have brown eyes, I have blue eyes, I have green eyes, I have... Yeah, like, every color of eyes is unique. They all have, like, different shines. They all have, like, different lines in them. They all have, like, different, like, little dots in them. So, yeah, everyone is unique. Just saying, like, oh, I have brown eyes doesn't really capture, like, whether you have dark brown eyes with nice little, like, black flecks in them or little like streaks of hazel. It doesn't catch whether you have like amber eyes that shine really nice in the sunshine. So yeah, people can describe their eyes however they want. Maybe color weakness. Oh, I definitely just have like visual weakness. Every time I go to the eye doctor and they tell me my eyesight is fine, but I just need reading glasses, I'm like, really? Like, I only need reading glasses when something's like really small and really up close. Other than that, I apparently have like almost perfect vision. But at the same time, every time I stream and talk about colors, people are like, that's not blue, that's not purple, that's purple. That's not green, that's blue. And I'm like, it's turquoise. It's kind of like the meeting between green and blue, but okay. So yeah, I don't know. My eyes are hazel, but I was confused for years because everyone said you have yellow and green. Sometimes said I have blue in them, which I don't, but it's crazy to see what people think of my eyes. Exactly. Hazel eyes are like a mixture of like green and brown. So yeah, green, like you can get the yellow as well. Blue eyes get sunburned easily. Yeah. Once saw someone with bright husky-like eyes. They were so pretty. See, that doesn't mean anything either, because huskies can have blue eyes, green eyes, brown eyes. So do you just mean like the shape of them? Did they have like the big old wide almond-shaped eyes like huskies have? Have you ever taken a color sensitivity test? Yes, I 100% have. I have no problems. I've taken the colorblind sensitivity test, the one where it shows like different shapes inside matches of different colors. My brain dumb. I don't know. It don't really matter. I am blinded by Sensei's beauty. Aww. Stay blind. I will lead you astray. I will guide you to the abattoir rather than salvation. Gotta love how there's so many ways to describe things in languages. There will always be a word for that which people cherish and consider important. Yeah, exactly. 100%. It's just one of those things where like you could just... A lot of people think like brown eyes are ugly or like dark eyes are ugly, but they shine so differently in light. They have so many unique features in them. Bright eyes, obviously everybody knows like they can be very striking and visual, but it also depends on like the patterns that they have in them. Every eye is unique and every eye is so beautiful, especially when you zoom super in and you see how like creepily deep the iris is, to the point where when you zoom really good in and take a really good photo of an eye, it looks like an abyss swallowing all the light when it comes to the iris, because that's how the iris actually works. It has to absorb all the light to be able to see the full light spectrum. It's amazing. It's just amazing to look at sometimes and be like, ooh. Feels very like trypnophobia-y, or also thalassophobia-y. The fears of like holes, but then also the fears of the great unknown and the expanse. You look into like a good photo of somebody's eye and you can properly see like, oh, everything gets absorbed by that iris. Close-up eye pictures look like galaxies. Yeah, exactly. They're so beautiful. Guiding you to the abattoir is crazy. Yeah, I've thought about that one for a while. My dad had green eyes, my mom bright blue, and I got hazel. I wish I had full green eyes like my dad. Yours are unique. What matters is that they're yours. I'm sure they are beautiful in their own way. I think everybody kind of wishes they had something different. Like, I know people with like the most beautiful blue eyes that wish they had green eyes or hazel eyes. I know people with brown eyes that like really shine in the light and are beautiful that wish they have green eyes. I don't know anyone who has green eyes who wishes they had a different color. That seems to be like the one where if you get it, you're like, yeah, I love it. My friend has brown eyes technically, but it's so light, it's goldish. It's so pretty. But she says it doesn't work as she has to wear high-powered glasses. Oh. So very pretty, but not very helpful. Gotcha. Don't worry about the cardigan color, Sensei. Pupals have concluded that the one you're wearing now is brand new, while the one in the anime intro is older, so the color's a little faded. Got ya. Meanwhile, I would say the anime is probably more correct. Color-wise, the anime did really well with both the eyes and the cardigan. Depends a lot on the person, but in the description feels right, then there's no need to call it wrong. Yeah, it's just if somebody talks about their own eyes in like a really like over the top way, you can kind of look at them, you can kind of give them the side eye and be like, oh really? Your eyes are golden. And you look at them and there's just like, they're brown, mate. You can just say they're brown. Or somebody's like, my eyes are silver. And they're just like, they're blue. They're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But somebody's like, oh yeah, my eyes are steely gray. They're silver. They're like platinum. And it's like, they're blue. Meanwhile, if you're describing somebody else's eyes, go as fucking poetic as you want. It's just, you know, have some self-restraint when it comes to yourself. Lanjan has gray eyes, I think. Does he? I thought, does Lanjan not have golden eyes? Have I Mandela affected myself? I thought he had gold eyes. Eh? Chuny response? Chuny response, yeah. Lanjan, okay, he does have golden eyes. Thank you. The translation for Lanjan's eye color is light glaze. Ooh, light glaze. At the end of the day, we all see colors a bit different, and that's so cool. Like, I want to know how others see the world too. Well, there is also the fact that who the fuck knows what you actually see when you look at a color? I've talked about this before. This is actually scientifically wrong, so. I will say this is scientifically wrong because apparently they checked it with like brain studies and they realized that everybody does in fact have the same brain signals when it comes to the same spectrums of lights. But at the same time, what we describe as like red in our personal thing, like you're taught that as a child. You're taught the name for red. So when you're shown like a tomato or an apple that's red and you're told as a child, like, that's red. And then you're shown like leaves and other apples and you're told that's green. And then you're shown blue and you're shown like water and other apples as well, because there's probably blue apples. You're told like, that's blue. Like you could be seeing it completely different from other people. Like your universe is your own universe. It's just we all use the same words to be able to discuss things with people. We all know that trees are green, except in Japanese, where sometimes they're blue, to describe something like fresh. Oh, God. A blue apple, really? Yeah, like a dumb apple from Final Fantasy VII. They have dumb apples. They didn't used to have blue or black roses. We created those, so... Colorblindness shows everything is subjective. You can have all kinds of different things that change your perception of the world, and you just need to, like, yeah, be able to try to explain in your own words, kind of thing. Yeah. Some languages have more colors, some have less. It trips me out. True. Well, plus, you know, not to be, what's the word? A man. But I'm going to be a man about this. I don't need 1,000 different shades for like slightly off white. If it's either white, it's gray, or it's black. There are other colors, but when it comes to like, oh, this is eggshell, and this is cream, and this is ivory, it's like, no. Those are between white and off-white. They are on their way to gray. They are a slightly dulled white. I don't give a fuck. It's the same for like, there's a color between blue and green, and that's turquoise. There's a color between red and blue, and that's purple. There's a color between yellow and blue, and that's green. These are fine. These are all fine colors. As soon as you start going between levels of those, I'm just like, fuck off. Like, it's blue, yellow, green, red, purple, green, blah, 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 turquoise, this, blah, yeah. Too far, and I'm just like, you're being pedantic. I get it if you're making an art project, but if your favorite color is like some very, very specific like hex code, it's like, nah, bruh. Too far. I think all eyes are beautiful in their own way. I have heterochromia, but say they are forest green to avoid a rant. I wish they were a solid color. It makes shit difficult to describe. There you go. But yeah, all eyes are beautiful. All eyes are unique. It's really interesting when you do like properly zoom in on your eyes and realize like, oh, you've got like little flecks here. You've got like the iris like changes in slightly different ways from other people. It's cool. But like as an amateur artist, I'm raising an eyebrow at you. Come at me. Come at me. Sensei, you're going to hate different makeup tones. Oh, don't even get me started. And people that use makeup to actively change their skin color because they're like, oh, I'm an autumn tone, but I want to be more of a this thing. It's like, come on. Just use foundation. Just make it all look smooth and that's fine. And don't add contouring and blush and literally shave off your eyebrows and then draw on new eyebrows. Anyway. Fighting you right now. Come at me. I'm a basic bitch. words get too complicated. I say as a writer who has to constantly use a thesaurus to find the specific perfect word that sums up like 5 different words in a single one. Ancient Greeks used to refer to the sky as bronze because it focused on the metallic sheen rather than the color. Ooh. If it was like during sunset and sunrise, I can totally see the sky being bronze. Different colors. At this point, it's CGI IRL. Nah. I just mean like people... Sensei and Silas eye shapes slightly look alike. I'm going to be honest with you. This is one thing where I will never, ever listen to the fucking Love and Deep Space fandom. Let me explain to you why. Because anytime a Love and Deep Space fan comes into a VTuber's chat, their first thought is which one of the love interests is this person. I have seen people take like a very gentle person and be like, oh, he's so Silas coded. I've seen people take somebody who's like really crass and over the top and ridiculous and be like, oh, he's Raphael coded. This guy's so much like Raphael. This is my Raphael. And it's like, no, Love and Deep Space fans, you can't divide every unique individual into four fucking boys. And it happens all the time. This is the thing. I'm not like attacking the Love and Deep Space community. I'm just 100% saying, you know, these people exist in your community. We've all seen them. We've all watched a new male VTuber, and the first thing you see is like, oh, Silas coded. Oh, Caleb coded. Oh. And it's... But I'm a Love and Deep Space fan too, Sensei. I enjoy my Love and Deep Space occasionally as well. I don't play it because it costs too much money, but I like watching the videos. I like the new little home feature that they released where none of the boys can use a fucking swing properly. It's very good. It's very well done. It knows what it's up to. At the same time, that is one problem that I have with the Love and Deep Space community, where first thing they think of when they see any man in the world is, which one of the love interests is he? Is he Caleb? Is he Raphael? Is he Silas? It's the first thing. Sensei woke up and chose violence today. I think it's because the Love and Deep Space community is so connected to the VTuber community as well. So especially when it comes to Corpo VTubers get destroyed with this every time. Every time like a new wave comes out, it's like, oh, this one looks like Caleb. Oh, he's totally my Oshi. I have no idea what his personality is yet, and I've only heard a single voice line, which is super low quality, but this is my new Caleb. And those are the type of fans that will like dive in for 2 weeks and be like, this is my Oshi, I'm making my entire personality about them. And then 2 weeks later, we'll go back to Love and Deep Space and change their like profiles back and just be like, yeah, that was a thing. I prefer my virtual boyfriend to my boyfriend who occasionally says things I don't like. But it is just the fact that it's like, white hair? Silas. Eye shape? This person said this one thing in this one tone. Oh, that's so Caleb. As a lads fan, I hate when other fans do this. Sometimes I find it funny, but sorry to that one Pupal who was just like, your eyes kind of look like Silas's shape. It's like, that's fair enough. They may. It was just as soon as that triggered something in me. That triggered something in me where it was just like an instant rejection of like, no. Not again. Not again. Anyway, funny moment. And maybe my eyes do have the shape of Silas's. I don't know. I feel like all of... I won't say anything. But yeah, I feel you. Hey, dead boy. It can be... Especially when Love and Deep Space was like at its peak. And like Corpo VTubers were still at their peak as well. It was like... It was constant. You'd have like a teenager coming into a VTuber's chat and being like, wow, this guy looks like this person. Just in the middle of like a really deep emotional moment from the VTuber, it'd just be like, oh, this guy kind of looks like Silas. Just distracting from everything. Just like, this is how I perceive the world. Which of my love interests are you? Meanwhile, like I said, I love the Love and Deep Space community. They are a source of humor, entertainment, sometimes terror, and a lot of the time, like, camaraderie where it's like, yeah, that shit is hot. But then sometimes there are just things like that where it's like, ooh. But Thank you for donating the allowance. Hey, dead boy. That was me a while ago. This VTuber looks like this lad's character. Cool. Yeah. Silas has your eye shape. Unfortunately, my design did come out after Silas's, so... I get told... Somebody just said, yeah. Sensei would prefer getting called Sephiroth. I think Feli has a very Sephiroth thing, but I get called all kinds of things. When Love and Deep Space announced... when A Date with Death 2 got announced, people suddenly remembered Grimmy and were just... I actually got messages from other VTubers being like, yo, your design is very Grimmy coded. And I was like, well, I do love A Date with Death, but I am a Grim Reaper. And it just so happens that me and Gabby, who create A Date with Death, have very, very similar tastes in things. I think it's one of the funny things that, like, Féileacan's design was, like, planned from so long ago, and nowadays people see it and they're like, wow, that's so 5012 coded, and I'm like... And then A Date with Death 2 gets announced, and it's like, there's this man with, like, a turtleneck without sleeves, and it's like... We just have very similar interests. We're very, you know... Tumblr lesbian coded. We like our men like we like our women. Sensei, you look like Link. I would take that. I would love that. Honestly, I want to cut my hair a bit shorter. I want to go for more like a school Leonhardt kind of thing. Just so it's like just into my eyes at the front and then super short at the back. Like I had it when I was a kid, when I was like a swimmer. I think I'd do that. Feli can get his hair longer. I want to see every time he sways, I want to see his hair come between, like, oh, look at this. Wouldn't it be so perfect? If I take off the cloak, if his hair came down to where his, like, waist is the smallest, because it only comes down to his mid-back. It comes to, like, where the abdominals start in the front. I want it to be down to the waist. I want it to, like, to see it bounce left and right between his arms. I don't know if his hair grows is the big thing. I haven't noticed any growth in these like 6 months that I've been possessed by him. But maybe it does just very slowly because he's very old. And I want to see it that length someday. I also want to see it in a ponytail. People have drawn some really nice designs for like a ponytail. Also, it's really nice to finally have a cardigan. You can get him extensions. I could get him extensions, especially with a ponytail. I think he'd rock like a front hanging ponytail, like over the shoulder kind of thing. It's bouncing on it crazy style again. You guys get real distracted just when I move side to side. I can't help how sassy I am. I can't help how... I can't stop serving, guys. I just serve. Everything I do, no matter how I move, I serve. I can't. That one Chris doodle with Feli in a high ponytail. Chris did such a good double doodle because both of those designs are beautiful. There's the high ponytail where his hair is still like long in the front, and that looks great. That looks very like Dan Mei coded. It looks very like Moran or Wei Wuxian when he was young. And then they've got like the side ponytail coming down in the front. Chris just destroyed me and changed my brain chemistry with those two things where I was like, I kind of need it. I kind of need it. Sure. We're looking at the hair for sure. Good. Hair and eyes is low-key Deckim from Death Parade. Another character that... I didn't even think about the hair. Wait a minute. I'm grabbing an image right now. Because I love Death Parade. Death Parade was one of those things that made like a big shift in my life. And it's also one of those things that... I feel like probably expired A Date with Death as well. Gotta be like one of the favorite anime that came out around that time that genuinely needs an update. Oh, he even has like light blue eyes as well. Holy shit. This one was not intentional whatsoever. There are a lot of people that inspire my look. Deckim was not one of them, but I will take that. I will take that as a compliment. Michelle from Fata Morgana? Definitely. Death Parade was great. Yeah, it was. Let me add this image. If you haven't seen Deckim before. There he is. And he is in his own way kind of a Grim Reaper. Holy shit, I never noticed that. if my hair didn't like swoop off to the side, if it like came together on the right side just a bit earlier down in front of my face. Holy shit. But his whole thing is like lost souls come to his bar and he makes them play a game that judges their soul, whether it's like worthy to be reincarnated or not. So very, very good story. Really fucking needs a season 2. Really needs to expand on that universe, which is why I'm glad A Date with Death is continuing to expand their universe with like different Reapers and how they work together and stuff. That's crazy. I got coffee and it came with Lanjan Wei Wuxian red clothes in the package. What? Michelle is kind of obvious. Yeah, I think the Michelle coding is very obvious. One thing that I find very funny is people think that my story is going to be very coded in that way as well. People are like looking into Metamorphosis Lost and being like, oh, this is so coded like what Michelle went through. And I'm like, oh, you guys are thinking very optimistically. Sensei, let me in on the secret. Does Feli ever take out the braid or is it forever braided? It's forever braided. I think even if we put him in a ponytail, the braid would still be there hanging down. The braid seems to be important. When I first heard about Metamorphosis Lost, my first thought was Death Parade? I'm surprised by that. I love Death Parade, but I think it gives more like Persona 5 to like the general consensus. Subconscious Death Parade influence? Maybe. I did love that anime. Also, Light Yagami from Death Note turns up in it, which is crazy. It's just because it was made by the same anime studio, but there's one point where he just says to a person like, if you press this button, this soul will be destroyed, but trust me, he deserves it. It was a way of him like testing the soul to see if they would just randomly kill someone. But yeah, it's just like, it's Light Yagami sitting there with his arms crossed and legs folded, waiting to be judged whether he's evil or good. Because it was the same anime studio, they were allowed to just throw Light Yagami into their universe. It was such a cool moment where every anime fan did like the pointing meme and were like, yeah, he probably shouldn't get a chance at reincarnation, honestly. You maybe do erase that one. I did not remember that. Yeah, they just slipped it in as an Easter egg. It was amazing. One day, Feli's hair will get so long, Sensei will hear a scream of anger because Feli's hair fell into the toilet. Oh, God. I didn't even think about how uncomfortable it must be when you... I've heard people talk about their hair getting so long that they sometimes have to be careful they don't sit on it. But the idea that those same people, if they, like, they must have to, like, grab their hair behind their head and just kind of, like, make sure it's, like, seated on the front before they sit down in case any of it dips down into the toilet water is wild. Insane crossover moment? Yeah, it was. That was such a cool thing for them to slip in. If Feli's hair is forever braided, does Feli take a bath or is he forever stinky? I don't think he smells. One minute. Yeah, I don't think he produces a scent. Maybe it's because of the whole, like, extra dimensional entity thing. I don't know. Does he not get migraines from the tiny braid? I think his form is just like that, guys. I think his form is just like that. It just smells like leather. Having long hair and being easy to surprise such hair can be frustrating time in the shower, honestly. How often are people surprising you in the shower? Like, that's an interesting dynamic. I had to put it in a bun to do basic stuff, then got so tired of it and chopped it off. Oh, I feel you. Especially when you're eating, it feels like you got to tie it so it doesn't touch the food. I've had that. Yeah. My hair's not long enough for that now, thankfully. But I have had that where, like, you're eating food and you just suddenly get a piece of hair, like, not like a single hair, but like a tuft of hair finds its way into your mouth and you're like, bleh. You get very used to just making the very quick hand movement of just like swiping your hand along the corner of your face. So you just like brush the hair away from your mouth and it pulls it out. That was me a while ago. I'm trying to grow it out, but I know it's going to get in my mouth. You could just make sure it doesn't go in the front, but it eventually will fall back in the front as well. You can tie it. You can put it in a ponytail. You can braid it. You can do all kinds of things, but it is what it is. My aunt used to have her feet down to her thigh. Did you mean hair? This sentence is so strange. That made me do a double take. My aunt used to have her feet down to her thighs, and whenever she sat, her classmates would pick it up, lay it down on the desk behind her so her hair wouldn't touch the floor. Oh, that's sweet. At least people helped take care of her. But yeah, I'm guessing hair down to her thighs. I can't imagine. Oh God, just like the responsibility it takes to just properly take care of hair that is that long. The longest I've ever had my hair is down to almost my butt. I've gotten it down to like my belly button in the front kind of thing. I've gotten it down to where it's just barely touching cheek. And by that point, it was like tangling so much, it was getting split ends. It didn't matter if I trimmed it, it was all over the place. When it got like high moisture kind of environment, it like floofed up everywhere, and then it was getting even more tangled. I could not handle it. I survived like that for like 2 months. And then I was like, I can't live this Dan May lifestyle anymore. There's just too many things that go into this shit. And then I chopped it like super short. Oh God, we should have predicted the stream would turn out like this where there was pet play in the title, even if it was meant to be about pets. We'll talk about the pets, don't worry. I have many pictures, I have many little images. We also have to go through the homework from last week. We're just yapping. We always spend at least an hour yapping. It's currently been an hour and a half, but it's fine. I'm actually considering shaving the side of my head a bit because I don't like having the hair touching my ears. That's fair, and having like a very short side can be a very good hairstyle depending on your head shape. I feel like a lot of people started doing like the longer on the top and like completely shaved sides kind of look. It works for a lot of people. It works for a lot of people. Not born for the Dan May lifestyle? No. And I really, really wanted to be. Same sensei, I could only have short hair because the effort to take care of long ass hair. Did you use a 13-in-1 shampoo? No, I used really nice shampoo and conditioner. I'd only use the conditioner every like 3 to 4 days, but I'd use shampoo, I'd use conditioner. I took care of it really well. I brushed it twice a day and it was still fucked. I was getting it like trimmed because I thought that was how you were supposed to avoid like the split ends. And even without any split ends, my hair would still get tangled. And once it get tangled, it would get like knots midway down just because like you sleep on it. Like, do you wash your hair every day? Not every single day. I think it depends on the individual, but for me, I wash it like every 2 days. Sometimes every 3 days. In summer, I'd say every 2 days. In winter, probably every 3-4 days sometimes. But hair is absolutely temperamental. It's picky about everything, whether it's shampoo, conditioner, or brushes. So I just lob it off because I can't be bothered anymore. I feel like that's a lot of people. A lot of people, they'll enjoy long hair. They like how it looks, and then they'll just be like, but I'm sick of taking care of this. Like, it's gone. It's got to go. It's got to go. Sensei gives me the impression of someone who would just towel dry it a bit and then go to sleep. That one I can't deny. That one I can't deny. Sleep is definitely the thing that would like tangle my hair the most. Yeah. Washing your hair every day is not really good though. No, it's not good. It takes away all the oils. You're supposed to let the oils build up a little bit. Yeah, no, if you wash, well, again, it depends on the person's hair type. But yeah, for me, every 2 to 3 days is good. I kind of like the way it looks like on the second day more than the first day. The first day, it's like so clean. It's kind of like too bouncy. It kind of like, it has too much volume. Like when I brush it back out of my face, it stays up a bit too much. Sometimes it could stay like straight backwards. On the second day, it's weighed down just a tiny bit by a little bit of grease, has a little bit of shine. It hits like an anime kind of hairstyle. That's when you'll get like some of the most random best hair days of your life, where you suddenly have like an ahoge. Your hair gets just like a bit of like sharpness, a bit more spikiness than it naturally has, just because the oils and the way you've lied on it can like change it quite a bit. You just take a picture like, damn, I wish I could do this shit on purpose. And the truth is you probably can. Like hairdressers are able to like do that shit with like combinations of mousse and hairspray and like those little like waxy treatments, and it's like, that's cool. When I wake up in the morning, I'm like throwing on clothes and leaving the house. I am not spending 30 minutes doing my at best in summer I will spend like 10 minutes putting on sunscreen. Other than that, it's like, yeah, I'll hydrate my skin occasionally. I'll use conditioner occasionally. That's about it. I can't be spending like 30 minutes doing my hair. How it lies when I wake up is how it is. First day clean and fluffy. Second day, let's wash it. Yeah, it's different for each person. My second day hair is normally the best. Third day hair could still be okay as well. Third day hair is okay, and then when you get to fourth day, it's like, okay, this looks gross. There are times when I'm just like, oh god, it's been a while. I kind of look like a hobo. It's time to deal with this. First day after I wash my hair, I have the cowlick hair. Oh. See, I get that on the second day, and I like the cowlick hair sometimes. Sometimes the cowlick hair gives you like a good, interesting look where you look a tiny bit disheveled, but it looks like... That's what I mean. A tiny bit disheveled can look so good. People will spend 30 minutes in the morning after washing their hair and blow drying it, trying to achieve that look. And so it's a nice moment where you get that on like the second day without trying, and it's just like, today's a good hair day. Fuck yeah. You just accept it and you're like, these happen rarely. This is one of life's little gifts. Guys, I learned from a Zorro movie as a kid that your hair needs to be long enough to cover your boobs and coochie in case someone cuts up your clothes. I do not remember that part of the Zorro movie, but okay. If your hair is long enough to cover up the front, damn, you better take damn well care of it. Like Bayonetta. Okay, Bayonetta's hair wraps around her entire body, to me. Bayonetta's on another level. Half the time the styling technique is just bedhead. Exactly. Half the time the styling technique is, okay, I've just washed my hair, hydrated it, used conditioner, blow dried it, brushed it, styled it. Now I'm going to make it look like I've done nothing. Now I'm going to try and make it look like I just rolled out of bed in the morning. It is the same thing as like people when it comes to like their facial hair. It's like, I need to make it look exactly like I've not shaven in 2 days. So I need to like continuously shave it at one particular length on my chin, one particular length just off of the chin, like below it, slightly into the neck, so it doesn't look like it's freshly shaved. One different amount around the mustache so it doesn't quite hit the lip, but at the same time make sure that it is visible and as thick as everywhere else. It's, oh god. This conversation is telling me that Ku needs a Barbie in his life. Why? I have puppies. I have enough collectibles, don't worry. Why would I need a Barbie? If anything, I want a ball-jointed doll. Ball-jointed dolls are really fucking cool. They look like anime come to life, and it's sick. He does need a Barbie. Barbies are expensive. Féileacán has you covered in the clothes department then? Féileacán, the god of lesbians. Hair is so fun. I remember the spiky phase I had after shaving off everything. Let me tell you, my hijab was not moving anywhere because of the spikes. Yeah, when it's really, really short, it becomes like really prickly. I didn't even think about how that would hold like, yeah, any kind of head cover better on your head because it's very, very sharp at that point, which anybody who shaves other regions can attest to for sure. You either have to have it shaven all the fucking time or you have to like let it grow out one time because yeah, the middle process when it's first coming out is just like dangerous. Like Velcro? I mean, kinda actually. Not really, because Velcro actually has little hooks. The way that Velcro works is that they're just long enough to curve, but the spiky bit of hair is when it's like, it's just poking through, so it's just stabbing straight outwards. It's before it starts to curl at all. Cutting layers in your hair helps to reduce the amount of time you have to style it, I noticed. See, I don't know how my barber does it, but I think it is feathered. But it just does this shit naturally. I have naturally wavy hair. When it goes long, it starts... Well, I mean, yeah, this. When it goes long, it starts to curl and flick eventually. It does, like, nicely curve around my face. When it's more humid, it gets, like, slightly more bouncy, slightly more curly. But in general, like, yeah, it sits well. It sits well. It flicks when it gets to a certain length, and I like the way that it frames my face. Would still kind of like it shorter at the back. I'm definitely going to get a haircut around summer. Or actually, maybe around September. Maybe we'll do like new year, new me. New school year, new school me. Cut it back down to where I was when I was younger. I kind of want it out of my face occasionally. You guys have never seen my right eye properly. It's hard to wink when I can only wink one eye and you can't even fully tell if the other one's open. About an undercut? Ooh. I think an undercut would work well if I did it with the long hair. I think on the short hair, I don't know. I don't know. Will Sensei cut your own hair? Oh God, no. I like my hair too much. My hair is the one thing that, like I said, I use proper like conditioner and shampoo. Everything else is very much like I'll just use shower gel in the shower. As long as I'm clean, it's fine. I prefer using like unscented soap, but in a pinch or when I'm traveling, like 100%, I do not give a fuck. My skin is fine. It does not do anything terrible, so I'm alive. No bald sensei? No bald sensei. I take care of my hair. I let professionals deal with my fucking hair. You'd be pretty with any style, even a bowl cut? No, I wouldn't. I've seen my child photos. Nobody looks good with a bowl cut. You could have a laugh at a bowl cut at least. That's something. Felly needs to grow out his hair. I need Michelle length. Absolute beauty. Yeah. We need longer Felly and shorter Ku, basically. I had undercut for a long time, and let me tell you, trying to grow your hair again to similar length is a freaking pain in the ass. At that point, I feel like you just shave it all to the same length and just let it grow back by itself. I feel like Féileacán. Fight me. Fight me. Thankfully, we can't even do that. My hair's not short enough. So even an asset wouldn't work for that. So fight me. Ooh, no, see, yeah, no. A bowl cut hair asset would not work. Because I'd still have these bits bouncing around. You can't do it. You can't do it. I don't have a bold toggle. I do know what I'd look like with very, very short hair. There is a picture of that both Rhea and Rock have. There is a version where like all the layers are removed, but it basically looks like I've been buzz cut. So I've got like a very, very short gray crop of hair on my head and then the actual like visible face. But you guys will never see that. You guys will just see if I possibly get a haircut someday. Oh, God. With that said, we should actually go on to the topics of today. We haven't even done the homework from last week. Whoops. So, I actually forgot to post the homework from last week as well, which is pretty funny. What was that weird sound? Oh, 1 second. My window's open. I didn't even realize. I'm resistant to the cold today. Or I'm getting sick. That explains a lot, actually. Homework was New Year's stuff, right? Yes. Let me grab this. It was New Year's resolutions. So it was you guys coming up with like your top 3 or your main New Year's resolution for 2026. Because last time I wrote my New Year's resolutions and I wrote a letter to myself. Bless you. Thank you. Wild transition. What was the transition? What happened? Oh, just like moving on from bowl cuts. I'm not being put back in a bowl cut. I had that when I was a kid. I refuse. Anyway, I forgot to actually like write a comment and pin it. So I'm glad a lot of people did the homework anyway. I only realized today when I opened it up, I was like, where's my pinned comment? Ah. Kashavi, thank you for Sensei for today's live stream. My New Year's wish might be to learn 3D, I guess. I've always wanted to, but work kept me from finding the time. Hopefully I can make it happen this year. I waited a few minutes and didn't see Sensei leave any homework, so I'll jump in first. Yeah. I fell asleep that day. And then I was so convinced all week that I'd done it because I kept getting the notifications on YouTube. I kept getting the notifications of being like, my New Year's resolution. So I was just like, I must have done it. I must have done it. But learning 3D sounds awesome because I know you make like MMDs out of models. So yeah, if you learn to like make your own models and do other 3D stuff as well, Kusami would be way too powerful. My dog ate my homework, Sensei. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Oh, so Chewing, thank you so much for always doing all the timestamps. That's so sweet. You're so lovely. Miss Jerry Lauliet, thank you for the stream, Sensei. My 3 resolutions for this year. 1. Find a place to move closer to family because I miss being able to see them all the time. Ooh, that's a cute one. Being close to family is nice. Being able to actually see them often so that you can drop in on each other is lovely. As long as they're a fun family. I don't like friends dropping it on me. But family, I could be like, okay, I'm glad that you dropped in because I'll probably never drop in on you knowing myself. So it's good that we're keeping up in some way. 2, to read all of my TBR before, buying more books. Good luck on that, Mr. That is something I need to get better at. But I don't know why, but I'm rereading The Hunger Games. Oh, because I wanted more like first person present tense. So yeah, I'm rereading The Hunger Games. I've been sticking to my resolution. I've been reading like 2 or 3 chapters a night. I'm like a third of the way through the first book. 3, learn new recipes from all around the world. Oh, that's a fun one. See, one of my favorite things to do is to like try new food from new cultures and just discover things that I like. I've been trying to do that a bit more, but my diet tends to be very boring. Like when I'm locked in on like work mode, I kind of just want to have the same like chicken, salmon, beef with some vegetables every night. And for breakfast every morning, just basically eggs, maybe a sausage patty, maybe some bacon, maybe on a sandwich. I'm so lazy. But yeah, I like to try new foods, like specifically when I go on holidays or not even like holidays, like actually traveling, but just like I take a break and then I'm like, okay, we'll try something different. But I very rarely actually cook them myself. So learning the recipes yourself is so cool. Sounds awesome. Creature of routine? Actually, yeah, very much. Yeah. I hate when my routine gets shaken up. I am like a dog in that way. I'm like a dog where every morning this has to happen, every evening that has to happen. I can like change it so that different days I do different things, but I like my weekly schedule completed on Sunday so I know what I'm doing. I like to know at like the beginning of a month if there are any particular days I'm traveling or doing something else. Even though I say I hate schedules, I kind of need them. I'm like very anti my own brain. Ashley Rose, my top 3 resolutions. Learn to better tell people no. I'm often the king of saying, I'm fine, I can do it, for other people when I absolutely cannot. I end up overexerting myself mentally, physically, and emotionally. I wish to be more honest about my boundaries to people and protect my well-being more. Oh, I feel that one completely. When you're a people pleaser, you do that a lot. And it's because you've done that so much in your own life that you end up feeling like, oh, this is fine. I'll get through it because I always have. You're like, I'll do it. You don't want to disappoint them. And then it causes you anxiety. You realize what you just signed up for. And you do it and you get through it and you're like, okay, I'm never going to do that again. And then the next time somebody asks you for something, your body, your mind just instantly is like, I don't want to feel useless. I don't want them to like throw me away. I want to be useful. I need to be needed. And therefore, yes, please. And you jump at the opportunity and are like, yeah, I'll do it. And then it causes you anxiety again. So one of the best things you can ever do is learning to take care of yourself before you take care of others. And learn to just like, there are times as well when you can just straight up say like, I'm not sure that I have the time. Can you maybe like give me a few hours to think about it? Because I think that's one of the biggest things is sometimes you can slip into just saying no all the time as well. And then realizing, oh, that would have actually been fun. It would have been nice to do that kind of thing. If it's not something that's like super intensive, it is like, oh, it could be a cool opportunity or it could be a fun thing. So yeah, one of the biggest lessons that I learned in my, probably in the last couple of months. I was going to say I learned it in my 30s, but I've been like slowly developing it through my 30s. And I would say everything that happened in November, is kind of the conclusion where I finally realized, like, oh, that matters for work too. Like in my 30s, I slowly learned to be able to be like, nah, I'm not doing that this week. Like, how about we do something else in another 2 weeks and like change things up and just be like, my schedule is fucked right now. So how about in a couple of other weeks? I didn't learn to do that with work until probably after I'd already signed up for everything in December, and then going through September with October with so much anxiety. Being like, oh God, every weekend is a different thing and there are so many responsibilities I have to do on the different things and I need to like write and, oh God. So yeah. Learn to find the balance or you will get thrown off your own balance and everything will come crashing down. So what I'm hearing is there's visible improvement. Yeah, I'm being more careful about things. I'm spreading myself out a bit more, for sure. And I'm making sure to take care of myself. But when you've been raised as a people pleaser, especially like I saw a lot of people saying like, yeah, same for me. When it comes to that, I feel like our community just kind of brings in a lot of like-minded people. I feel like a lot of our community were the gifted and talented child, the overachiever, the child who was known as the smart one, who then eventually like worked themselves to the bone, realized they couldn't literally be the smartest person in every single room, and had to realize that the hard way at some point, and then had the burnout moment and suddenly realized like, who am I without being smart? Who am I without being like the one that my parent can talk about to everybody? And am I letting everyone down? And yeah, it leans into people pleasing stuff a lot, especially if you have a parent where the love isn't given freely as it should be with a parent, unconditionally, and it's more of like oh, you did good today, so I'll tell you did good, and then other days I might just kind of like look at you and then walk away, or criticize you, or compare you to other people, other children, other siblings. Yeah. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Yes, sorry guys. These are things that I've been working on, and so sometimes I will just mention things and be like, oh, there are other people in chat still working on that right now that are just kind of getting hurt a little bit by that. But yeah, it's something you learn to grow out of. It's something that you develop and you have to keep working on. To just, when you realize it's going bad for you, when you realize it's starting to hurt you, and when you realize that you're getting used by people, because that's the other thing that happens to people pleasers a lot, is they go out of their way to be kind to other people, thinking that people will be kind to them in return. It's like, hey, I'll give you like 6 hours of my day today, and then surely like in a few days when I'm really tired, like you'll do something for me. And a lot of the time it's not reciprocated, or it's just expected that since you did that one time, you're going to do it every time from them. Yeah. And a lot of the time it is just a case of like people just don't realize how much they're taking advantage as well. 2, take better care of my body and be more fit. Kind of cliche, but as someone with a chronic illness, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, I don't know what that is, so I hope you're doing okay. I realize I haven't been really taking care of myself health-wise, and it makes my symptoms worse, so I might look into getting physical therapy again. It's been years since I've gone. It's always nice to like redo physical therapy if it's been a while, because if you've done, like, especially if you have, like, fallen out of physical therapy for a while and haven't been doing the old exercises. If you've been doing the old exercises and you've gotten better, it's still nice to go back to physical therapy occasionally, because once you've, like, built some of those muscles, they can normally, like, help you build other muscles around there that'll, like, support it and give you new exercises that are, like, slightly more difficult or slightly more targeted for different things, which is good. But in general, like, yeah, if you've fallen out of it, especially, take care of yourself. And that sounds like a really good one. It's cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. And if like that's the whole thing. If it's starting at a new year makes you realize like, oh, this is something I want to change, that's cool. That's why New Year's resolutions are good. It doesn't have to be, if I don't achieve this thing in this year, I'm a failure. It can just be, this is something I'd like to work on. So let me just keep that in my mind and start trying to figure out the things that I can work on. EDS is basically hypermobility. Oh, a connective tissue disorder. Oh, okay. I very much hope that you're doing okay, Ash Rose. I think, yeah, you brought up like the hypermobility in the past on stream as well. So thank you for letting me know. And I hope the physical therapy goes well, because physical therapy is aggravating, but I mean, it's literally there to help you build things that will support you in general. Oh, there are multiple. Yeah, there are multiple pupils that happen to have EDS. Interesting. 3. Finally to work on the creative pursuits I've been putting off because I have a problem with perfectionism. Oh no, I'm in this picture where if I don't know for sure things will go perfect the first try, then I don't do it. Wait, is this the same people pleaser? Oh my god. Ash Rose, these two are literally connected. That's crazy. I hate how much I could see the psychology connecting in these two. I have a problem with perfectionism where if I don't know for sure things will go perfect the first try when I don't do it. And for the longest time, it's kept me from pursuing music like I've always wanted. 2026, I'm deciding to say fuck it and start putting out stuff even if it sounds kind of dog shit at first, because at least then I'll know what to fix. Exactly. If you don't put out anything else and if you don't complete a project, you don't know how you work through things. You don't know how your style is, and you don't know how to improve your style to go in the direction that you want to. But yeah, that's very much like I've dealt with these things as well. So yeah, I hope that those go well. And yeah, just start working on the music, release it when you can, share it with other people, whether it's people in your life or just sharing it online. Make an alt account if you need to. If it's one of those things where it's like, I'd be really embarrassed if people in my personal life found this, make a VTubing account. Make like an account where you don't have an avatar, but it's just like a throwaway account for your music. Start building up things there. See if people will comment on it. There you go. People in chat are like, I will listen to the music. Perfect. It's kind of me during work. I end up revising 3 times always. Can affect a lot of things too, not just being hypermobile. My throat and heart don't work right. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Why are we all the same person? We're not all the same person, but I think we all have a couple of connective things. Also, 1 second. I really need to blow my nose. Sorry. I think I was running my candles too long yesterday, which is probably one of the more white woman things I've ever said. But yeah, when I'm writing, I like to put on candles. And yesterday I had like a nice cedar and cardamom one and a gardenia one. And I think I had them on for like 6 hours. I think my sinuses are kind of in protest right now. We are moth puppies. We are moth puppies. We all share that, if nothing else. Well, some people are like snake puppies, Selkie puppies, Selkie butterflies. A couple of different combinations. Sounds soothing. It was very nice. I also probably should have blown them out quite a bit early. My house smells fantastic. My tissues that I keep on my desk still smell like gardenia. That's an issue. Top 3 resolutions from Kaya. 1, read more books physically. Hell yeah. Expensive. Much more expensive than Kindle, but it feels real nice. I love collecting books. 2, release a cover of a song for Metamorphosis Lost as a project. Ooh, that's cool. I'd love to hear that, especially depending on which cover you do. 3, get a 3rd tattoo, or if that isn't a real one for you. If you want to get a tattoo, yeah, no, that's fine. If that's something you feel like you could achieve. Part 2, make a change that'll make me happier with my life. Ooh, that one's very open and simple. I like that. You could even say 1 and 2 are technically also 3. But yeah, whatever you go for with Kaya, those sound nice. I hope you enjoy the books. I hope you have fun recording something Metamorphosis Lost coded. Honestly, just go for a cover in general would be a lot of fun. And yeah, I hope the tattoo turns out good. Definitely think about it for a while before you get it. Tattoos are like when you're building something. Measure 3 times, cut once. Think about the tattoo that you want to get for like a month. And not think about it at all for a month, and then think about it one more time for like a week before you get it. Make sure that you're like, yes, I want this exact image in this exact place, because they are a bitch to remove or try to redesign if someday in the future something goes wrong. Thanks for the stream, Sensei. For my homework, my top 3 resolutions this year are 1, continue to work on my writing project no matter how hard life gets. Got you, potatoes. And I hope that goes well. That can be very stressful. Work, stress, everything that goes on in our life can like make things slow down and make it harder and yeah, fuck with our things, which makes us like more angry at ourselves. So just don't let that get to you. And I hope it's all good. 2, get a better balance between my academic and mental health because frankly, it needs it. Between academic and mental health. Oh, so like not relying on how you're doing academically as your self-worth kind of thing? Is it like that? But either way, or is it like overworking? Either way. I hope it goes well. And yeah, just remember, you are a unique individual that is not defined by any one trait that you're up to. So 3, to fully understand that the chronic pain I have isn't my fault and to finally figure out what's going on. Yeah. See, I didn't ever deal with that one. That's an interesting one to talk about. It's definitely not your fault. I never had a moment of being like, oh no, it's my fault. If anything, I blamed the world was more a thing for me. But yeah, definitely don't think that. Definitely do your best to work on it. Make yourself more comfortable. There's nothing wrong with realizing like I have chronic pain and I need to do like other things to make myself more comfortable. It's important. Term moth puppies is actually making me have cuteness aggression. So should pupperfly. So should Pupal. So true. Tattoo cover-ups could be a pain. Yeah, they can. When you have a couple, it's like, oh, I want this silly duck. I want it on my body. Fair. Fair. I like people that have tattoos if they have deep meaning. If somebody gets a bunch of tattoos that are all just silly little things, I'm like, oh. Do you have self-restraint? And obviously they can still look good. It can still be wonderful, but there is a part of me that's like, really? Like I like somebody like being able to point to a tattoo and be like, oh yeah, no, this is a reference to like a family member that passed away, or this was like a really important time in my life. I needed a bit of guidance and this thing helps me remember that. Or like even just like, oh, this is my favorite character from a show, but this is why I connect with them on such a deep level that I chose to like immortalize them on my body. But yeah, if it's just a silly little design, it's like, cool. Then I'm just like, I'm not interested anymore, but I'm sure they look great. You won't like the ones I have. I got them because I liked them. Do you have a reason that you liked them? I think that's the biggest thing. If you could just like say why it's a passion for you. I have known people where it's just like they got a tattoo just a night. What they hadn't even thought about it. They just went into a tattoo parlor, saw a design that they liked, and were like, yeah, give me that. It wasn't an act of like, I want this on me. It was an act of I want a tattoo, rather than I want like a thing. I don't know. Tattoos to me just feel like they should be very important. And to other people, they think different ways. So completely up to the individual. Yeah. Really want a tattoo, but I'm so damn afraid of needles that I don't want to embarrass myself as a grown-ass man by passing out in the chair. Knock yourself out! Literally. No. But yeah, that can be rough. Doesn't hurt too much, thankfully. Well, I've heard it can hurt in different positions, but as long as you check the area, like talk to people about the area you want to get a tattoo. If it moves a bunch, it's supposed to hurt a lot. If it doesn't move a bunch, it's just like getting kind of like pricked a bunch of times. That's not a big thing. To each their own. Exactly. That wasn't me. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't one of those things where it was like, ew, you get random tattoos? Disgusting. It was like, for me personally, I see tattoos as like an important thing you should think about very deeply. Not just because regrets you might have later, but just because like it's something that's on you forever. So it should be very important in my mind. But yeah. There are two wolves inside me, wanting meaningful tattoos versus wanting cute random ones. And you can have like cute, meaningful ones. They don't have to have like very intricate designs. They could be like a tiny little squeaky duck, but it's because like it's your comfort character. It's something you designed yourself. It's something your friend drew and you like liked it so much that you took it to a tattoo artist to recreate it. Those are all valid. Manifesting everyone's resolutions for this year. There will be tears. May it be tears of joy and may abundance of all come our way. Aw, Secret Life of Anna, so sweet. Also, yeah, abundance of all is a really sweet way to put it. That almost sounds like a spell. Abundance spells I've been, seeing a lot of recently. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for donating the flowers and thank you for being here. What's funny is that my confirmation that I wanted a plum blossom is that I watched someone get a plum blossom Lego set together. That right there is called a synchronicity. That is like, sometimes you're thinking about something, you're not sure if you're making the right choice, and then life will throw you a curveball where it just feels like the universe is talking to you. I don't know if I necessarily believe in synchronicities or in like the thought that we like gut feelings or emotions can come from the future and just be a sign of like your soul or your greater consciousness telling you this is the correct path. But it's cool to think about. Like, the optimistic side of me wants to believe that like if time is just like a fourth dimension, technically everything is happening at once, then maybe sometimes like things could slip through. You could get little messages. The universe could try to give you signals through like global consciousness kind of stuff. So yeah, things like that are actually adorable, where it's just like, yeah, I was thinking about doing this one thing, and then the silliest thing happened that just put it in my brain, and I was like, okay, this is a sign. Like, it's cute, it's adorable, it's fun, and as long as you don't use that to like guide your whole life, as long as it's not like, oh, I saw a bird today that said car, so I thought I should buy a car. Or like me, who was like, Deadpool told me the Honda Odyssey fucks, and I'm really into Epic the Musical right now, so I guess I should buy a Honda Odyssey. It worked out, but that was a very stupid reason to lock into one car choice. It did very much work out for me, but I got a fox for a friend that passed away during COVID when it first hit, before the vaccine. And my other tat is Zel's from FF8. Oh, let's go. Zel's tattoo is really nice. It's like a very tribalistic design that I really like as well. I also really like the sleeping lion heart from Final Fantasy VIII that Squall wears around his neck. Final Fantasy is very good at finding like little symbols that you can get as like tattoos, whether it's like their logos, some of the necklace and ring designs. They always have such nice jewelry too. I'm sorry, what? How do you accidentally break into buildings? Where did I miss somebody accidentally break into a building? My work. I'm trying to find this. Cute, meaningful rats. Now I kind of wanted a beast rat tattooed on myself. It's like the most obscure reference to Fata Morgana ever. Oh, it's this super that I just grabbed. Okay. Thank you, guys. I didn't even read the super chat at first. I just grabbed it to make sure it didn't disappear. I'll read that in a second. But yeah, how about an obese rat tattoo? Specifically on your chest. For one thing, any partner you're with then in the future, you know that they're a real one, because they have to like look at your chest and be like, ah, an obese rat. Why do I love this person? Meanwhile, you know that it's like, no, it's a reference to the obese rats. It's a reference to the fact that love finds a way. It's a reference to the fact that you can say the absolute stupidest thing, but when it comes from a place of like kindness, of joy, of actual like beauty, then it can still be adorable and sweet. And also it's just silly. An obese rat on the obese rats, exactly. I feel like that's easier for people with, you know, more volume there. They could put it between and just hide it. Or underneath and just hide it. Man. Got a tattoo of a compass because I kept getting lost and accidentally broke into buildings. Okay, yeah, no. That does beg a question. How did you not notice you were like going into a building? Or is it straight up like you went into buildings thinking they were one thing and then discovered you were in like a military complex and had guns pointed at you? Getting it has seemed to stop it. That's fascinating as well. A tattoo of a compass doesn't help anything. So I think if anything, that was just, and that's what I feel like tattoos should be. A moment where you're like, okay, I want this on me because I want this to be like a part of me. So maybe it is just that once you got that compass tattoo, it was like, okay, I'm going to be like more attentive. I'm going to like focus on the direction that I'm going, kind of thing. It's like snowballs and you can stack the rats. What, multiple obese rats on top of each other? How do I love this why do I love this person? Because this tattoo slaps. Next question. So true. Sometimes it's causality aligning to tell you something. Others, it's just a silly coincidence. Just think carefully and don't let everything become a sign. It's definitely unhealthy. Yeah, no. If you start to think, oh, the universe is always talking to me. that's when you start to disconnect from reality. Meanwhile, yeah, I do think like a lot of the time it's probably a very basic feeling of like psychology as well. If you're thinking like, it's kind of like that scene in Up, actually, where the couple are like laying together on the grass and pointing out at the clouds, and like it's showing them what their future should be. They point up and they see like balloons, and then he starts selling balloons. They point up and see a house, and then they buy a house to settle down in. And then they look up at the sky, and literally he sees one baby, and then the woman sees literally every cloud is a baby, and he's just like, oh, you really want a baby? Like sometimes it's just a basic psychology thing of like you're thinking about one thing really intently, and so you just happen to notice it everywhere. Even some places it isn't necessarily actually happening. Or like that movie, The Number 23, where it's just like, oh, 23 is following me everywhere. It's haunting me. And like he finds out everything in his life is connected to the number 23, which really you can do with any number if you break it down well enough, where it's like, oh, well, this page number times this date divided by my birth minute becomes 23. Like, you could do that with any number. You can fuck with your head in a big way if you get lost in that kind of delusion. I have a tattoo of Feli's Ponties. What are Ponties? Ponties is adorable. That actually was that intentionally supposed to be a German accent version of panties? Because for one thing, I just love like Ponties. But it does sound like a German accent pronunciation of panties. Oh, Feli's Ponties. That's so cute. Pants. I'm assuming underpants. But that was just adorable. I don't know whether it was an accidental mistype or if that was just like, I'm going to write it in a cute way. One time I had a tattoo idea of a bouquet of flowers, each flower representing one of my siblings. But I could never get a tattoo because one pain and two parents. Aw. The idea of like, yeah, that's almost like a family tree. So yeah, a bouquet of flowers with each flower being a sibling is so cute. Or even if you did like, if you had like a lot of family members, you could do like a flower where each petal is a different family member. But yeah, Claudines, I need to know. It's the result of YouTube censorship. Oh, okay. You had to type it a different way. Can't super writing the word panties. That's so wild. So even though I've turned off censorship on my chat, supers still get censored. Damn it, YouTube, why are you like this? Sometimes there are funny coincidences when you tell someone a phrase while watching something and then this particular phrase is repeated on the screen. Yeah. Or just everything just happens to be hitting at the same time. Yeah. Can you do type boxes? They could have typed boxes, but that's not as funny as Ponties. Ponties is way better. Let us enjoy the Ponties. It's fun. Honey's 3. My top, I'm going to do like 2 or 3 more, and then we're going to move on to the pet talk finally. Sorry about that. I got a new video of my cat literally today, because my cat's been doing this very cute thing every morning where I open my bedroom door and she comes charging up to meow at me, and I managed to get a video of it today, which is another moment of synchronicity, because she does it like maybe every 2 to 3 days. But I was like, oh, I'm doing the pet stream today. Let me start recording this as I head out of my bedroom just in case. Which cat is this? You know which cat it is. It's not Psycho Beige. It's Fat Cat. It's a cute one. It's the one who actually likes me. I've got another video of the other cat where I made her meow for once in her life. I got a meow from the angry one, and it's very cute. I will not spoil what she does after the tiny little meow, but it's funny. Anyway, yeah, no, it's Fat Cat. Fat Cat just comes and greets me every morning. And then she'll like run to the area where I leave. She'll jump up on like a windowsill and just sit there meowing at me, because she knows that if she sits there and meows at me while I'm on my way out of the door and putting my shoes on, I will pet her. So she comes up in the morning to say like, hi, I'm going to the windowsill, go pet me. And then I go and like get dressed and like do my morning routine, get my shoes on at the door, and she's waiting there for me. And so I'm just like, okay, yeah, gosh, Honey's 3, my top goals / resolutions this year. Do something that scares me / makes me uncomfortable every day within reason. That's a good one. Getting outside of your comfort zone and realizing that, yeah, it's nothing to fear as long as it is actually something safe. Like controlled chaos, controlled fears are good. And especially if it is something that scares you just in a case of like, oh, I might fail this, but there's no actual physical danger in it. It is always good to remind yourself like you are the master of your own universe and you're safe. So yeah, I hope that goes well. That's a good one. So many of us just get locked into our routines and scared of doing anything outside of the norm. So always good. Basically saying you have my permission for limited pets. No, the other one does that. The other one will occasionally approach me. A lot of the time when I'm on the toilet, funnily enough. The other cat will occasionally approach me and let me like stroke her 2 or 3 times. And then it's like she almost realizes like, wait, what am I doing? Then she'll just like look back at, she'll like run off, look back at me, and then walk away. Bathroom buddy, bathroom buddy. But yeah, no, the other one, she just always wants to be petted. She finds ways to get petted. And if I ever leave my bedroom door open for even like 30 seconds, she'll sneak in, she will hide under the bed, and she will wait. I will like come back into my bedroom, close the door, lay down in bed, be playing on my phone for like a solid 20 to 30 minutes. And then I'll just feel something like on my bed, freak the fuck out, and she'll go flying off and jump off. And then I'll be like, oh, it's just the cat. Scares the shit out of me every time. Because she never like walks around the bed and meows or shows that she's in the room. She just jumps on the bed. Every time I have the same reaction. Every time she jumps off. And then I'll do like the little, like I'll scratch the bed covers so she comes back up, or do the little like ASMR like finger wiggle. And then she'll jump back up and realize like, oh, I'm being invited back up. But yeah, she will hide under my bed, wait for 30 minutes so I'm nice and comfy. Because at that point, I'm too lazy. If she like revealed herself hiding under my bed within like the first 2 minutes of me getting into bed, I'd be like, I'm just going to get out of bed and open the door. Out you go. Meanwhile, yeah, if it's been 30 minutes, I'm already like super comfy. I'm like vegging out. I've got my blankets on me, or I'm like laying on my side with a pillow between my knees. Then I'm like, fine. Yeah, okay. You're in here until I next get up, I guess. ASMR finger wiggle? Yeah, the ASMR finger wiggle. You just this. It sounds like little butterflies. I love that my microphone can pick this up nowadays. This is crazy. But yeah, it's just like a lot of the ASMR artists that I know do that for like the starts of their videos. They'll just be like, hi guys, welcome back. So yeah, it's just that. If I do that, normally that cat will come running. The like scratching sound is another one that like is more intense and will get them like coming running immediately. Okay, sorry. Number 2, do something that makes me happy, not brain rotting every day. Fair enough. Brain rotting has become a problem for me, especially. Because I only recently realized like how much, like if there's just like 10 minutes where I'm not doing anything and I've got something else to do soon, there are very few times nowadays where I just like let myself actually have nothing to do and just sit back and just think and meditate and let thoughts come into my brain. So that is definitely something that I need to focus on more, because if there's just like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it's never a case of, ooh, let me think about my day. Let me like jot down things. It's normally like, okay, let me put on a YouTube video and try to find one that's exactly that length of time just to pass the time. And at that point, you are killing time and you're never letting your brain relax. You're never letting it calm down, and you're never letting it explore different thoughts. So I've heard that is one of the most devastating things about brain rot, is that your brain never gets to actually meditate in a way that lets it explore its thoughts naturally and work through things. Journaling kind of helps with that. It does. And I mean, I do like write nowadays as well, but writing is very much like, if I have a certain amount of time, I'll be like, ooh, I can go back and write something. Whereas if I have a little amount of time, it's like, I'll just put on a video. I'll just like read a quick chapter. I'll just, yeah. Actively working on that and keeping my attention on things I can do and create. Yeah, that was a problem for me. If you ever get to the stage where you're like just looking through titles on Netflix or scrolling through YouTube videos, and you get to the point where you're like, oh, that sounds cool, and you click on it and watch 5 minutes, and then your mind can't focus on it enough that you click out and then start looking again. That's when you realize like you're doing really fucked up shit to your brain, because it's like your brain can't even focus for like a 20 to 40 minute video.
And yeah, that's when you need to take a step back and be like, oh, I need to like cut myself off from this a little bit. I need to like keep away from screen time on purpose for a little while. 3, work towards having no fears or regrets when I turn 25. Oh my God, you're a baby. Sorry. It's like, oh, you're a baby. You can't have regrets when you're under 25. Baby, you haven't lived a quarter century yet. You're good. No, don't focus on bad things. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Like, nothing has happened to you yet. You can change anything you want. You have not started on your full path yet. Don't worry about it. But yeah, whatever you try to work towards in the future, I hope you do figure it out this year and start on that journey. But yeah, don't worry. You shouldn't have regrets at 25. Life just comes at you when you're under 30. 25 is probably at that point when you're like, okay, now I should be starting to think about my future. Actively working on that and keeping my attention on things I can do and create. Creating things is so much fun as well. Especially, it's a nice feeling when you do get into the headspace of like, it becomes less fun to just like brain rot, or Elden Ring Night Rain was the biggest thing for me, as well as Smash Bros. Ultimate before it, where it was just like, oh, I have 30 minutes. I can totally do an Elden Ring game. And then I'd play Elden Ring Night Rain, and then I'd lose, and it'd be like, well, I can't end on a loss, and so I'd do a second one. And then I'd win and get that rush of serotonin, and it'd be like, oh, this is great. Maybe I'll do one more game. And then I've played like 5 games, and like 3 hours have passed, and I'm like, oh. Guess I'm extra baby at 23. You're just still baby. If 25 is baby, am I a fetus since I turn 24 tomorrow? Just still a baby. Just still a baby. It's until you get 25. When you get 25, then it's like, okay, you have unlocked adult mode. Does that mean Will is a baby? Will is totally a baby. This is why it's one of those things, like, it's fine. You could ship me with Will at the same time. Will is a baby in my eyes. That is why it's very interesting when it's like, I need you to be a wingman. And it's like, kid, we are in such different strike ranges. I don't know how that is going to work unless it is literally somebody and their parent. But fine, whatever. I'll go drink with you at the bar, I guess. Yeah, Will is baby. Will is baby. Recently turned 18, so what am I? That's fetus. You under 20 and that's fetus. 20 to 25 is baby. Under 20 is fetus. Bro, if y'all are babies, I'm a fetus. I'm 21. See, you just barely made it to a baby. There you go. Brain just developed. Exactly. And don't worry, I'm not saying this is like a scientific fact, because I know when I hit 40, I'm going to be like, 30 is baby. It gets a slight bit further away from me every year that I get. I am the master of my own universe, so I get to say this. It's different for each person. It's the same way that a fucking 20-year-old looks at me and is like, you're over 30? God, you're ancient. You're a hag. Ugh. And I'm like, I mean, I'm just past being a baby. I'm just beyond being a baby. By the time I'm 40, I'll be like, okay, 30 is baby. You can all be adults between like 30 and 40. It's like the strike range thing where, what is it? You take away, divide by 2, that's 7. Fuck, I forget how you do it. It's like -7 and divide by 2 or something. Whatever it is. Like, yeah, it depends on where I am at life, how much I think everybody else around me is a baby. Chat full of babies. Yeah. Your birth year starts with 19. Yeah. Anyone whose birth year doesn't start with 19 is a baby. The age flag post just moves further and further away with age. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, God. Half your age plus 7. That's the one, I think. Let's see. 18 divided by 9 plus 7. Yeah, that feels right. So if you're 40, 27. Yeah, that's the good one. I like that one. I like that arithmetic because it's basically like, once you get to a certain age, it's like age. The age gap can be bigger if you're older. Yeah. And obviously, you know, up to each individual. As long as you're living your life in a healthy and safe way and have a healthy relationship, that's all good. But it's just, yeah, very much. Almost a quarter of a century in about a week. Quarter of a century in about a week. Okay. Yeah, you're going to be out of baby mode soon. Perfect. Creative Buddy. Let's see these ones. Thank you for the stream, Sensei. As my homework, here are my top 3 resolutions this year. 1. I'll be taking on a really big responsibility this coming year. I'll be the most important thing I ever do in my life. We'll probably dish later. Ooh. I hope to take on that responsibility with patience and a clear mind. I hope to put my everything into it. That sounds cool. That sounds intense. Talking about it later is very interesting as well. So that sounds like you're doing something real big that you're not even allowed to talk about right now. But cool. Good luck on it. Yeah. If it's something you really want to like devote yourself to, do. Have that fun time. You're allowed to like just fully throw yourself into something as long as you're making sure to take care of your health as well. 2. I'll also be moving, so I hope that unlike a certain person that spent 45 minutes looking for a book. Why would you call me out like this? I'm trying to be nice. I unpack my stuff as soon as I'm able. It's called Controlled Chaos, and it works for me. 3. I currently own 58 perfume samples, and I hope to finish them all so I can try out niche brand zoologist's entire collection. Zoologist perfume? That's a cool name for a perfume, people. 36 sample bottles to smell. Save me from this expensive hobby. Wait, did you pay for the sample bottles? It wasn't just like a single like drop. It was like a full on like, oh, like one of those little ones where you can like, and you get like enough to use it like a dozen times. I got you. Those are expensive. It is also a cool way to find a scent that you really, really like. It took me a long time to find the scent that I really like, which is Wood by Tom Ford. Before that, I went through like so many different like phases of like citrusy things. I remember like Paco Rabanne stuff and cheap stuff and all kinds of different things. But yeah, I found this one and I've kind of stuck to it forever. I just like going to like the smelly stores and just being like, well, I mean, I can spray the bottle a little bit. It's fine. just give it a go. Just, you know, just go in and start spraying things and be like, hey, the only problem is it kind of hurts your head and you don't really get the full experience of all the smells each time. Wood like a forest? No, wood like, oh, well, it's a type of wood. But no, I'm not just saying wood in a fancy way like, oh, I like wood. No, it's a type of wood called wood. Yeah, O-U-D. Thank you. That's why I feel like a lot of people do that where they're like, Sensei, why do you say wood so silly? And what type of wood do you mean? Like sandalwood is different from balsam or cedar. You know, it's wood. Wood is like my favorite scent in the world. It's like it has like a warmth to it. It's also a little bit musky. And it has like a different scent depending on like if it is a warm day or a cold day. And a cold day, it almost is like comforting warmth. But then on a warm day, it's more like, I don't know, a little bit of a burn, a little bit of a singe. I just like it. I actually I liked the scent of wood. I found it in a candle before I found it in a cologne. And then I looked up wood and found out that there was straight up a cologne called Wood. And I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. Found it in a store and was like, yeah, okay, I guess this is my scent from now on. But originally I found it in like a $5 candle at like Family Dollar. So it was like one of the cheapest candles in the world. And I was just like, I've never smelled like something like that before. I think that one was a combination of like wood and I want to say amber. I think it was wood and amber and it smelled so good. But then, yeah, I looked up like, oh, what is this scent? I really like this scent and found out there was a cologne based heavily around it. And then was like, okay, I guess that's my new scent. Sensei and his enlightening age ranges is fetus under 20, baby under 25, an adult over 25. See, the thing is we completely skip an adolescent stage there, which is the problem. I guess I would probably say fetus is still under 20. I guess baby is under 20. I guess 20 to 25 is more like child. I just call every child a baby. The age of baby just keeps extending, and there is no child in my definition world. It's just like, if you're a child, you're still a baby. Like, you're just a baby. Love that $5 candle, sir. I know, it's so good. $5 isn't like a super cheap price for a candle either. It was a big candle, but I mean, yeah, literally it came from a dollar store. So it was nice though. I liked it. Sometimes you find things like that, you connect with them, and then you're like, okay, and now I want something a bit like, now I want to treat myself. I've had like one bottle of wood Tom Ford for almost 4 years now, maybe like 3.5 years. It was one of the first like fancy things I bought for myself when I had like money for the first time. I like don't buy fancy clothes or expensive like gifts or anything, but I was just like, yeah, I was like, okay, I'll have like a nice cologne. Not a baby. I'm older than Sensei, even though you won't notice it. I notice it. You look younger than me, but I will notice it. I admit when people are older than me. It's just at the same time, I'm like, Pupals are still all babies. Baby, and it's a grown adult paying taxes. Maybe they shouldn't be paying taxes. How about... Really like essential oils in baths, so I prefer getting my scent that way rather than cologne or perfume. That sounds really nice, actually, Snack. Just like, yeah, putting it in the bath. One of the things one of my family members bought me a towel warmer for Christmas. And that is like the most bougie thing I have in my house right now, where it's like, I got it and I was like, oh, this is the stupidest thing ever. And then I used it. It's like a towel warmer that is just like a very, very small little circular radiator. And it also has like a little pod at the top where you can put in like little essential oil scents so that it will like infuse the scent into the towel. And it angers me how much I like it. It angers me that I'm like, warm towels. Like I've had towels fresh off the radiator. This ain't gonna be a big surprise to me. And then like I used it, and the first time I just did it with one towel, and it was like coming out of a shower after winter and just like putting a warm towel on your face and then rubbing it over your body feels so good. But then like the heat goes out of it within like 2 minutes. So by the time you've dried your body, it's back to cold. Then I found out that it can warm up to 4 towels at the same time. So now I have like one super soft towel and one like rugged towel. Warming in the same thing at the same time. I take out the rugged towel and like dry off my hair, wipe down my body so it like makes me completely dry. The other one is still warming that whole time. I like make sure that I'm fully like almost all the way dry, and then I take out the second towel, which is like super fucking soft, and I just like drape that across my face, push it against like my chest and my back and my hips, and it's just like, And now I can get dressed because I'm not only super dry, I'm also super loosey-goosey, and it feels so good. So yeah. It also smells like lavender right now. I don't know if I'll ever buy any of the other like infused things, but right now there's like a lavender one that came with it that is just like lavender towels that are warmer. Lovely. Love warm towels. I always put my towels in the dryer just before when I'm about to have a bath so I can have that warm towel experience. When I was a child, I used to like, we didn't have a dryer. So we would either hang clothes outside, or in the winter, we'd put them over the radiators to make them dry a bit faster. And so it was a nice feeling when it just aligned perfectly that the towels were on the radiator at the time, and you'd be able to grab one and be like, oh, it's still warm. It's so nice. But yeah, the towel warmer was something I was gifted, something I would never bought to myself and would have thought was stupid. And then you try it and it's like, It's also probably got to destroy my electric bill and make me stop using it. But, you know, it's just through winter. It's just a nice little treat. My goal of smelling like cake was achieved when people started to compliment me for smelling like one. Oh, that's nice. You can definitely get some nice, like, chocolate, vanilla kind of scents that are nice. Sensei encouraging us to do tax evasion. Legally, I would never do such a thing. Morally, I would say, you know, does your country do enough for you? Like putting your blanket in the dryer when it's cold outside so it's warm and cozy. Oh, that sounds nice too. I never do that. I didn't have like dryer, like an electric dryer, until I was like 26. Same as like a dishwasher. We were very simplistic when I was growing up, and so I didn't really like get any of those kinds of things when I became an adult and moved out either. My dad has 300 bottles of perfume. What? He took pictures of them and it looks like a mini city. That's wild. If that's like the thing that they really like collecting and really enjoy as like a hobby though, that's cute. Really is true that those small luxuries can ruin you because you didn't realize how nice life could be with them until you experimented. Yes, yes. And especially one of the biggest ones is a fucking bidet. Holy shit. The first time you try a bidet, you're like, oh, that's kind of a weird experience. And you're like, huh, I do feel cleaner though. And then when you've like been with a bidet for like a couple of weeks and you suddenly have to not use a bidet, you're like, I can't go back. I'm sorry. Like, no, there is no looking backwards when it comes to a bidet. There is only finding the cheapest way to get a bidet in your own personal fucking house. It kills me when you have to like take a shit outside of your house and it's like, there's not going to be a bidet. I don't live in Asia. Bidets and heated toilet seats. See, I could do without the heated toilet seats. It's actually kind of, I like the little surprise every now and then when the water is cold or like the seat is cold. It's like, ooh, shocking. It wakes you up in the morning. But yeah, bidet, like, oh God, you can't go backwards. It's just like you never feel clean again anymore. And then you actually think about it and you realize, why did our solution for feces become literally just using a piece of paper and smushing it around? Like, I guess it was just an ease of access kind of thing. Like, wakes you right up? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Can't imagine life without a bidet or water-washed ass. I know, right? Splurged on perfumes once, but then they got lost in the mail, so I got refunded. But after like 6 months, the perfumes showed up. You didn't scam the company then, Dilly. The company fucked up in not having tracking on those. They should have realized like they're still on transit. But even then, if it takes 6 months, they kind of owe you. That's happened to me before. It happened to me with a special edition video game, but I can't remember which one. It was like a video game that came in a big chest, and I pre-ordered it. And it was supposed to come on delivery day because that's one of the promises they make when you get like a pre-ordered game so that you can play it on the day and not be left behind. But it hadn't come 3 days later, and so I was like, where's my thing? And they were like, oh, we're sorry, we'll send you another one. The replacement came before the original one. Like, the original one must have gotten lost somewhere in transit, but yeah, the replacement they sent came within 2 days, and it was like, okay, we're cool now. Meanwhile, then the second one came like 5 days later, and then it was like, oh, now I have a collector's edition game to sell at GameStop. I made like $20, $30 because GameStop are GameStop. My first Ku-Chan stream I caught. Hello, Ashley. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. It's lovely to have you. Thank you for donating the allowance. And yeah, Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei is always a fun one to drop in on because it's just like stream of consciousness. We haven't even started talking about the animals yet. But yeah, we're going to be talking about pets today, but in general, we just like bounce backwards and forwards between chat and we have like different times to talk about different things. Got a weighted blanket as a birthday gift and now sleeping without one feels like hell. I feel that. The weighted blankets are very nice as well. It makes you feel like you're being hugged. Same as a hug pillow. That's another one of those comforts that once you get, you can't go back on, is like a pillow for between your knees and a hug pillow. The only way I sleep comfortably nowadays is a hug pillow so that I can put my like arm up against it and a leg pillow, like a knee pillow between my knees. Because that like aligns your hips, it aligns your chest and spine, sleeping on your side. It's so fucking good. Especially one of the things I really like in winter is like having the hug pillow like right next to the window. So the hug pillow gets nice and cold. So you like get everything set up, you get all comfy, and then you pull the hug pillow in and it makes your chest all cold. You hug it against yourself. You pull the duvet over top of you and you feel your heat like slowly build up. So it starts to warm up the hug pillow and inside the duvet. You fall asleep just so comfy and oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. The lower back pillow. Yeah, if you sleep on your back, a lower back pillow works really well as well. But yeah, as soon as you actually start sleeping properly, you realize the difference. Because when you're young, it's not a big thing. It's like you could sleep anyway. I used to sleep on my front every night. That was my main sleeping thing. if I accidentally rolled onto my front nowadays, I would probably barely be able to move the next morning. But yeah, when you're a kid, you can sleep in all kinds of different positions and nothing fucking matters. By the time you hit age 30, even if you have a healthy spine, you will feel the difference putting like a pillow designed for your knees between your knees, or if you're on your back, one in the middle of your lower back to keep you supported. Oh, it changes so much. Def Kuzu, thank you so much for donating the allowance. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for everything you do for us. Heating mats are ridiculously nice. They are. They are. They can be a bit dangerous, but they're very good, especially for like if you have chronic pain. Like bouncing between like a heated pad and ice is so good for you. My best friend gifted me a weighted blanket when my anxiety was at an all-time high and I hadn't slept well in months. I'll treasure that thing until it turns to dust. Oh, that's so sweet. And especially since it came from a friend. But yeah, like stuffed toys as well can be like very comforting, especially if they are weighted. But even if they aren't weighted, it can be really nice just to like have something to cuddle up to. And it's a shame that a lot of people do get like talked out of using things like that when they're older. When I make a Dakimakura of Feli, it's going on my hug pillow. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be sleeping with that man every night. So the thing, I'm gonna try that pillow technique. My back is so bad these days. Yeah, no, look up proper sleeping positions. Pretty much every sleeping position, you should have some sort of small pillow. Either a small pillow in like the middle of your back, because your back is supposed to have like a little bit of a curve, like just between the hip and the mid back. So it's supposed to be like a bit further out than the rest of your back. Same for if you lay on your side, you're supposed to have a pillow between your knees or even like between your ankles, just because it aligns the hips better and works better with the spine. The holding a hug pillow thing isn't something that's supposed to be good for your back. It just makes me super comfortable. Any news of that yet? No. No, I haven't heard anything from them for a while, but hopefully soon. I mean, the good thing was we kind of made a trade where it was like, okay, we'll release like the merchandise that came out at the events online for people to buy and have delivered. I am going to make a post on YouTube about that probably on Wednesday, but those orders are still open for another few weeks and will start being delivered in March. But yeah, and that way we at least that became official merchandise. It started off as like event exclusive merchandise, but now it's like official merchandise that you can get almost all over the world. There are some places that unfortunately can't be delivered to, but they were nice enough to let people like pay through PayPal as well, so that most payment options can work at least. But yeah, for some places you unfortunately would have to do like a multiple order kind of thing, but we'll see when we're able to release like the proper first merchandise that we've been planning for months. There are some really nice things in it. I'm very excited. I have got my samples for some of the things. I've got my samples for about like 75% of the stuff that's there. 25% is still on its way. But the samples that I've got are all things where it's like, oh, I can't wait to share this. So yeah, as soon as like we actually are able to like announce the things, I will like straight up have my own pictures of them and be like, and here's them with me. Here's them like next to Morgana plushie. Here's them next to like Chris's amazing stuff. It's like, yeah, I've already got like a bunch of them in my hands. And it's like very much when I'm designing my merchandise, it's a case of like, what do I want to have? As a fan of Féileacán, what is it that I want in my life, kind of thing. Oh, what did Strawberry Artini say? What did I miss? Oh, part 2 of the interview today? Oh, good luck. I'm sure it'll go well. Knock it out of the park. Part 2 of the interview? Damn, if you survive part 1, they must really want you. Do you know where they ship from, Ku? No. Pretty sure Asia. I couldn't tell you which part for sure. That is definitely a thing you would have to ask the Ku Party Supplies account on Twitter. They're very quick at replying to people when people ask for things. Like when people said like, oh, is there any chance you guys could add a PayPal thing? They had set that up within like 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, I think it will be the ones from the Hong Kong/Taiwan event. So yeah. The Middle Eastern special, aka sleeping in a makeshift bed, 2 chairs facing each other while your whole family is dancing far past midnight in some random person's wedding as a kid. Oh, I slept so well. I think one of the most fun places I ever slept as a kid was on a weight bench. I remember like just my dad being so surprised coming down one morning and just freaking out because I just decided I did not like sleeping in my bed as a kid. I don't know why, but I would find the weirdest places to sleep. Sometimes it would just be like out in the middle of the floor. Sometimes it would be like the bathtub. The weight bench was one of the more fun ones where I just like got comfy on the weight bench, fell asleep, and then woke up to my dad like yelling like, what the fuck? Remember there was a plastic red Coca-Cola chair that was a formative experience. Oh, hell yeah. We got that in LATAM too. I think that's just a worldwide experience of just like if you've been dragged out by your parents and you have to find a place to sleep because you're sick of shit. Not at a wedding for me, but I've had the like, for me it was 3 chairs that were sideways rather than 2 chairs facing each other. 2 chairs facing each other is smart. But I've definitely done the like 3 chairs and like just, I need to lay down, so let's put these next to each other in a row and sleep on them. Bathtub? Bathtub's actually a very good sleeping experience. It's nice and cool. Probably not good for your neck, but again, it was while I was a kid. So it had enough space and my spine was healthy. Used to sleep with dolls when I was a kid. Not even a year later, my parents gave it all away because I became dependent on it too much. Aww. That is definitely like the reverse, like when you become too dependent on something, but man, let kids have their dolls. You ever slept on top of a table? Yes, and under a table, and under a Christmas tree. Actually, yeah, when I was a kid, one of my favorite places, just continuously, not my most favorite place, but when we had the Christmas tree out, there was just something about like closing your eyes and yet still having like multicolored lights playing across your vision that made me very, very relaxed. So in the winter when we had a Christmas tree up and we had like the lights wrapped around it, I would like sneak down at night and just get myself underneath the Christmas tree and fall asleep. That's so nice. But yeah, on top of a table I've done, under a table I've done. I feel like it's probably because I used to really like building like forts when I was a kid as well. So sometimes I would just build things for myself and then I'd sleep on them. Like I'd take the soft bits, the seating bits off of a couch and build like a fort and then sleep under it. I liked like building things to sleep under and finding ways that like made me, I guess, feel secure. I liked like things being close above me and around me, but able to get in and out of easy. And meanwhile, nowadays, the idea of capsule hotels scares the shit out of me. They don't have enough space for me. I need like, I want to be securely surrounded, but also to basically have an eject button. I want like things around me, but things that I could also break out of if I have to. Because like, yeah, I don't have claustrophobia, but if I have like a spasm or like a cramp or something, I want to be able to get up immediately into the best possible position. One of the like most terrifying things for me is like, oh, if I have a spasm and then I'm like hitting my head in pain trying to get out of a like small cramped position. Ugh. Your little cocoon? Yeah, I like my little cocoons. Prime dreaming environment? Yeah, it's so nice. Under the Christmas tree? That sounds so cute though. Padoku is a present. That's where I should leave Padoku, just under the Christmas tree until next year. Once fell asleep on a playground table, half covered in sand, by the way, when I was in kindergarten, and one of the teachers snapped a photo. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, on sand is like a really nice experience to fall asleep on anyway, like on a beach. But yeah, like having your own sand that's like clean and stuff, even better. Kids always fall asleep in places like that. Being a kid was nice when you could just fall asleep anywhere and wake up and just like be groggy for like 10 seconds and then be ready to go. As an adult, you fall asleep in the wrong position and it's like, oh God, my next 2 hours are going to be me stretching. Can't even sleep in my bed comfortably. I don't know how people sleep without issue, let alone anywhere other than beds, to be honest. Damn you, fibromyalgia. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that something can take away your comfort in such a ridiculous degree. That's me with my like spine and nerve issues where it's like I have to be on my side with a pillow between my knees, preferably with a pillow in my arms to lift my chest a bit as well. Like, yeah, it's where you get your best sleep and can possibly actually get like 6 to 8 hours, where in other things it will just be like I'll get 2 to 3 hours just so I don't pass out the next day. Thank you for donating the Feileacans, and I hope you are able to find comfortable ways to sleep. Little random, but I wanted to tell you I was able to get into the prerequisite courses for nursing school, and I started about a month. Congratulations, Ashley. That's awesome. It's a very tough career, but it's a very rewarding career as well. So I hope you have a wonderful time with it. I hope it goes well. Thank you for donating the Feileacans, and good luck on going down your journey to becoming a nurse. Nursing seems like a really cool but difficult job for sure. Okay, let's finish these off, and then we'll talk about pets. Oh my god, it's almost been 3 hours. I was the most prepared I've been in weeks for this one, and yet I'm just yapping too much. My New Year's resolutions from Cu-Sensei. Thank you. 1, draw women. You draw very good women as it is. It's not like I haven't, but more like I didn't draw enough of them. Is there ever enough? I need to lock in on like 1 to hyperfixate and not go on a manic panic. I need my folder to be filled with just I hope you have a wonderful time with that. Whoever your muse is going to be incredibly lucky. Number 2, finish an exam for a job title promotion. Hope this is the last time I ever take an exam in my life. Ooh, I hope so. Exams suck. But I hope it goes well, and I hope you achieve that while drawing your wonderful women. 3, don't take several months to finish a book. I read like a snail. Every 5 to 6 chapters, I stop thinking, I'll come back in a week, only to find myself 3 months later without picking it back up. That is my curse as well. So you're not alone in that, and I hope that that goes better as well. These are great ones, because all 3 of these are just like, this is something I have to get through. This is something I want to chase for my passion. This is something I feel like will make life more enjoyable. So these are nice and balanced. I really like these. These are good. They're not like things I have to do. It's more like things I want to do. Especially like, hope this is the last time I ever have to take an exam in my life is a fun one. So thank you so much for those. We're going to do the final one by Ari, and then we're going to move on to Petses. Happiest New Year to Cu-Sensei. I'm so happy I have you on my YouTube feed when I did. I probably talked a lot about you to my friend, the one who mentioned Undertaker. Oh no, the Pupal who got joined in last week. Awesome. Also, I'd never lie about you either, had there. So it might have piqued your interest, but I'm super happy that I'm a nice Pupal. Of course you are. I don't think we have any bad Pupals. If we did, I would tell them. And not in like a cute little like, oh, what a naughty little Pupal. But in a, no, you're breaking the rules. Stop. Stop. Or you will be banned. Kind of thing. Homework. Number 1, making new friends in the Pupal community just to get out of my shell. Aw, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, meet friends online, and if you like them enough, maybe meet them offline as well. That is a really nice experience. It's so nice to me when we have like community events with Pupals. Pupals meet each other and then like discover friendships that they want to carry on like even outside of the streams. I've had people that like get into the community, fall out of like watching streams, but still stay friends with people in the community. And so there are friendships that last even after people get sick of me, which works really well. We're nice and wholesome and sometimes sussy. Very true. Another is to tell myself that I'm doing enough, though I think sometimes I feel like I'm not doing enough. You're always doing enough. Just by surviving, you're doing enough. Just by living. Look, I really liked that line that it said in Undertale. Just try not to kill anybody and don't let yourself get killed. And then you've done enough. Like, that is all you have to do, is not hurt other people and live. However you have to do that, that is the point where you are doing enough. Everything else is like a bonus that you are giving out to the world. Last one is to continue my weight loss journey. And I hope that goes well as well. Congratulations on starting it. I want to thank the Pupals and you, Sensei, for making this at the end of my 2025 better than ever. No problem. And thank you for being part of the community and therefore making our 2025 better as well. Hopefully 2026 will be even better. And I hope you guys all achieve all of those goals you guys have got. The kaleidoscope always stays connected. The silk thread of friendship does not snap, even when we don't see folks here for a little while. Yeah, and there are some people who like fall out of a community, still have friends in the community, and eventually like see something that draws them back in for a little while. And then they either become like less serious watchers, where it's just like, oh, I'll just watch the big events, or it's just like, ooh, I'll just like watch this one. And then I think like I'll just stick out for a while. Met some of the best people in Pupal community. I'm proud to call them my friends. Hell yeah. Getting friends from VTuber communities has been so lovely. I've been friends for years with some of them and even met sometimes IRL despite being in different countries. It's awesome. It's especially awesome when you are like a naturally introverted kind of person, but then you're like, oh, I really don't want to miss this event though. Like my favorite like Oshi is coming to an event that's only like a 2-hour travel from me. And so you go and you're like, well, I just want to meet my Oshi. I hope everyone else stays away from me. And then people are just being kind around you and you're like, oh, and everybody's interested in this same thing. And people are giving away gifts to each other and genuinely seem to like and care about each other. And then you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe this isn't so bad. Like, I don't want to do this every day, but you know what? Maybe it's nice to have like a couple of friends as well that we could possibly see occasionally offline as well as online. It's nice to put like faces to names and meet people. Wish I could, but I'm probably like the youngest person here, so I don't want to make Pupals uncomfortable. As long as you're over the age of 18, you're fine. Like, that's the only requisite. If you're under the age of 18, you really should not be in this space. But if you're over the age of 18, do not worry about it whatsoever. You are fine. You're an adult. You can make your own damn decisions. So yeah, I don't think it'll be a problem. The main mission for a person is to get 2,000 calories every day and find somewhere to stay in the evening. The others are choose to do tasks. Exactly. The others are just like bonuses. As long as you're not hurting anyone else, preferably if you can put some good out into the world, that's awesome as well. But yeah, as long as you're not hurting anyone else and taking care of yourself, that's what matters. Maybe one day I'll convince at least one of my friends to watch your streams too. For now, I yap about you. That is completely fine as well. You don't have to have friends in the community. And yeah, if it's just like you've tried to talk to IRL friends and it's like, no, don't care. That is a thing as well. Online friends are great anyway. You don't have to make them become offline friends, but yeah. It's just a phase. My sweet summer child, you'll be back. They don't always be back. Sometimes they completely move on and that's fine as well. Phases can be really fun as well. I think a lot of people like have hyperfixations that last a few months and are very intense and then they move on. There are other people that have hyperfixations where it gets scary when they start to fall out of love with them, which I think I would be more worried about that than people moving on. I think if you have a fun time with me, you spend a couple of months as a pupal and you're like, that was a fun experience. I had a lot of fun and I'm happy to move on. That's cool. I would feel much worse for the type of person, because I see this quite a bit with people that make something their entire personality for several months to sometimes several years. And then they start to lose that feeling. They start to lose the enjoyment, whether it's because of something the creator did, someplace the story went, or just something where it's just like, I'm just not feeling it anymore. I just like have fallen out of love with it. And there are some people with which that becomes actually a fear, that becomes scary because it's been such a big part of their life for so long that they're like, what am I without this? And now like I've lost this community and this thing that made me happy. Will I ever be happy again? I would never want to have somebody feel that way. That's why I always talk about the fact that I want people to engage with this community, have a lot of fun, embrace it, but at the same time, make sure it's not your primary focus. Make sure that this is a fictional character that you are embracing online. Build a community, have fun with it and engage with it, but also definitely engage with other things in your life. You got to have like other things going on, because otherwise it is all consuming. And when something is all consuming, it can be taken away at any time. And you don't want to be left at the point where you feel like, oh, now I have nothing and have to start from nothing. You want to be at the point where you're like, I like doing this thing. At the same time, there's like 6 other things I like doing. It's no big deal if one of them happens to disappear. You're like, oh, that sucks. But I'll pick myself up. I've got some good memories from it and I'll keep moving forward. And there'll be something else that will take its place someday. Second, what Garcia said. To be fair, I get feeling scared because of the uncertainty of the friendships you made throughout the way. Will they stay? Will you lose people you consider close? You're going to lose some people if you move on from like a hyperfixation. But I think as long as you've connected on some level, you don't have to lose people completely. And the thing is, even when it comes to not hyperfixations, when it comes to just friends that you just kind of got along with in school, when it comes to friends that you found like in your workplace or neighbors, no matter how you've made a friend, there are just sometimes you grow apart.
you grow to start liking different things. People have like different relationships and different friendships going on that take more of their time. They have family members, they have children. All kinds of different things happen that take them away from you. So it's just part of growing up and realizing like you have people, you want to try and support those relationships. You need to put time into them and you need to try to hold on to them. That's one of the biggest things is people that just like don't really care about the friendships themselves and just let them go by the wayside. If you actually care about something, occasionally you do have to put in some work to put in the time and be there for them as much as you want them to be there for you. But yeah, at the same time, there should never be something in your life that consumes you so wholly that you feel like you absolutely cannot live without it. That is a scary way to live your life. Whether it is a person, a hyperfixation, anything. Things come and go in life. You just need to learn to adapt and appreciate what you have in life now. Exactly. Appreciate what you have now. Have fun with it. Definitely build communities. Enjoy what it is. Chase your passions. But at the same time, make sure just never put all your eggs in one basket because that can be dangerous. Just happy to be here in this moment. It might not be forever. Either due to IRL or something else. But just the time here with all the Pupals and Sensei is more than enough. Yeah, exactly. And if anything, I feel like our community does try to guide people into doing healthy things, making healthy choices. I mean, it is still a VTuber community. I would say most of us do just still spend most of our days in our bedroom, me included. But, you know, we try to go to events. We try to, like, all of our stories, the games that we play, we try to lean into the whole idea of, like, things are finite, things move on. And you have to have balances between things. So yeah, I would like to think that I also try to guide people to not give their everything to even this community, because although that would help me financially, it would not be healthy for you guys, and that is not what I would want. Whether it is like financial support or being a part of the community who like makes creations or brings the community together for events that does things like, if it's giving you like a pleasant experience, that's good, but you should also balance it with other things in your life so that you can be happy and healthy in the future and in forever, in finality, whether I'm here or not. That's why I like the song, the Stolas Lullaby, where it is like, you'll be okay. It's like, even if something disappears in your life, you'll survive, you'll get through it, you'll be okay, you'll move forward. I would rather that than be like, oh, everybody relies on me. Your existence is to support me. I am this like great and amazing thing, and I will give you things, but you must give yourself to me. It's like a fictional character can say that, and you can be like, damn, that's sexy. That's fun. And we could joke around about shit like that. But when it comes down to it, it's like, no. Cult for real? Exactly. And there are some people that try to like create a cult around themselves, that try to like subtly kind of guide you into the whole like, oh, you should support me. I'm the one you should support. Do everything for me. So yeah, there's an interesting balance when it comes to like having an Oshi, where an Oshi can be something that leads you to be more healthy, that helps you engage with the community, that engages your passions. Meanwhile, there are people that misuse that and try to use that against people. Somewhat surprised to watch VTubers for so long, since I was never interested in other things for so long. But with you, I can see myself watch you for years. You feel like a positive influence. Hopefully. Hopefully. I try to, we joke around about some things, but at the same time, I like to bring it back every now and then and just remind people. And fictional character. Féileacán and Cu are both fictional characters. Yes, including Cu. There is 100% like a separation that should be there, where it should be like, this is a fun time, this is entertainment, I like this community, but at the same time, yeah. Give it a span of 3 to 5 years, people change and you'll find yourself at somewhere else. Exactly. And sometimes you change in exactly the same way as somebody else. Other times you're trying to change yourself to stick with what you were in the past, or to stick with the different person that someone else is becoming. And that can be very unhealthy too, because sometimes you're just lying to yourself and making yourself sick of things and working hard to keep a friendship. And a friendship sometimes needs work, but it shouldn't feel like it's always work. It shouldn't feel like you're going out of your way to change yourself to align with their interests. It should very much feel like, oh, this is fun. I'm vibing. I'm having a good time. Relying on people is much more scary than media, in my opinion. I had a time where I depended on someone far too much while they pushed away. I'm way happier now that and other interests. Yeah, as long as you have other interests, I think is the big thing. With fiction or with media, you know that it is fiction. It is separate from you, so it is a interest. It's slightly different from when you do have like a parasocial relationship, be it with like a streamer, a celebrity. I would say people can even almost have parasocial relationships with fictional characters. Some people can go that far. But yeah, just in general, relying on something completely can be rough, and especially when it comes to people, because people are ever changing, people have flaws, brain chemistry gets misaligned. You never know when somebody's just going to have a bad day and just decide to go off and change everything about themselves or ruin their own lives or try to take you down with them, kind of thing. So yeah, you got to have people in your life because that keeps you kind of connected, tethered to the world, tethered to society. You've got to have something offline as well as like the things that are fictional that you enjoy. I always thought that I'll never watch you for so long, but you have a gift that makes me want to see your journey. So even though it's going to be another memory, I'll cherish it while it lasts. Yeah, that's what I want more than anything. I want people to enjoy the journey. And hopefully it'll have a fun conclusion. Hopefully not for a long time. But yeah, hopefully we'll all have a wonderful journey together filled with lots of like sidetracking and yapping and... Oh my god, it's been 3 full hours. That's fine. Not so nice feeling is when your Oshi is doing great and evolving and you yourself feel like you stayed the same. If you tend to compare yourself, it can be ugly. And you should never compare yourself to like an Oshi for sure. That is rough. If anything, your Oshi should be like a guiding light. You should recognize that they are human as well, unless they are fully a fictional character. You can Oshi like a fully fictional character and they can be like a paragon of virtue, but that would bore the shit out of me. But yeah, when it comes to like comparing yourself to an Oshi, that can be rough. Also remember that people online are putting out like what they want to in the world. They're not sharing the bad parts. But yeah, I think part of the Pupal community is the fact that we're all supposed to be butterfly dogs. We're all supposed to be on this journey. We're all supposed to be metamorphosizing, getting onto the train and moving forward in our lives. Whatever direction it takes you. Like it's supposed to, like, yeah, teach you to burn bright. Burn bright, keep soaring, keep flying, chase your dreams, chase your passions. Because yeah, if anything, it should be like less comparing yourself to your Oshi and more cheering them on and having inspiration from that to be able to do something similar. Maybe not the exact same thing, but just being like, wow, they're so cool. I hope I can do something that makes me feel as passionate, as happy, as content someday. Being fictional is what I like, to be honest. Hell yeah. Being fictional is always important. Parasocial isn't always bad as long as we know the limits. I feel that it's okay to be parasocial, like me and my otome hobbies. Yeah, and I've talked about that in the past as well. Like, parasocial is just like realizing that I'm attached to this person even though I don't necessarily know them. As long as you are aware of that, that's fine. It's when people get delusional and start to decide like, oh, well, my Oshi is this, my Oshi is that, like this character is... Basically treating them like a real person, treating them as though they are somebody who is actually important in your life for you to survive. That's when it gets very dangerous. And that is just a type of obsession. A parasocial relationship can be something that helps you, that guides you, that makes you happy, content, and passionate and inspired in life. It can be very beneficial. But parasocial relationships can be dangerous from people the same way any other kind of obsession can become dangerous. It doesn't have to be a parasocial relationship. No matter what you become obsessed with, if it starts taking precedence over your own life, that is dangerous. But with that said, hello, Marimonies! I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. I am Féileacán. I am a 34-year-old primary school teacher, although at the bit where we're reading my novel, I am 33 years old in that, because that's written from a few months ago. But what's up? We are streaming today. We are doing Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei, which is just a talk show. What did I walk into? You walked into an interesting conversation. We were talking about like our resolutions for 2026, which took us into some very deep things. I was just talking about the fact that I want everyone in this community to be happy. I want to be a good influence at the same time. Yeah, you have to have things outside of your Oshi, outside of
the fictional things, the passions that you have in life. Hyperfixations are great and they should inspire you. It should be something where you want to join the community and you want to contribute and you want to have fun. But at the same time, you have to balance it with other things. You have to realize life is more important. There have to be things like offline that are part of your life as well. And you have to take care of yourself and not put anyone else before yourself. Because there are some people that will try to manipulate you and just be like, oh, I'm feeling bad. I'm doing bad. Can you guys make me feel better? Go out of your way to take care of me. We were just talking about the way that, like, yeah, the Oshi relationship can be very inspirational, can be very, like, used to inspire and help. It's just like with anything, other people can take it in a very unhealthy direction and do themselves harm from it. And so, yeah, it's just something I talk about every now and then, where Féileacán and Ku are both fictional characters. There is a real person behind them, but at the same time, yeah, always have that separation, have other interests going on, engage with the community, definitely. And I try to be a healthy influence and try to keep this community healthy. But at the same time, yeah, if you have to step out, step out. If you have to, like, take some time away and realize, like, I need to focus on some other things, this is becoming, like, too much for me, or like I'm just not vibing with it the same way I used to, that's all good. The journey goes on. Hopefully it will bring you back to us someday, but if it doesn't, I just hope you had a fun experience, you keep happy memories, and you keep moving forward in a healthy way. How to know when the thing you engage with becomes unhealthy. That's a thing where, that's why it's important to have people in your life that you care about offline as well. Because there are times that you just can't see it. There are times that you don't realize, especially any kind of unhealthy relationship, when you're inside it, you're absorbed by it. So yeah, it's nice to, like, have different groups of friends that you can actually be honest with. Because that's another thing that people slip away with as well, where they have friends in their life, but they don't actually tell them what's going on in their life. They'll tell them, like, the bare minimum. They'll have surface level friends. I think you have to have some people in your life that you can be honest with enough to be like, yeah, this is my true passion. If your passion is something where you're like, oh, I don't know if this is something for normies. So you keep it, like, all to an online persona and you, like, make up things that you actually do, then yeah, you're never talking to anyone about what you're really doing. And so you'll never have people able to point out to you, like, I'm not sure if that's super healthy. Especially when it does come to, like, I mean, leading this into, like, actual relationships as well. There are so many, like, abusive and manipulative and toxic relationships that can form just because the person tries to keep you from seeing how toxic it's becoming. And that is something that Oshis, something that streamers, something that influencers use very heavy-handedly, where they try to teach you how to think and try to make you think like, oh, your happiness comes from me, so you have to support me. If I'm having a bad day, you take care of me. If I need money, you do that for me. If I need this, you do this for me. You have to be able to recognize, like, oh, I like this community and I like these things, but it's not my whole life. I have things to take care of in my own life, and it should be like one part of what makes up your life. It should be one thing that you enjoy, and there should be a bunch of other things going on that, like, make you you. Yeah. Having a truthful outsider perspective to let you know when you're going too far can be helpful. Yeah, because in my, up until very recently, I would say, everything was very surface level with me, and I had, like, different groups of people that I would talk about with different things. And so yeah, if you never talk with anyone about the deep things, nobody ever really knows what's going on inside your mind, and so you're never fully connecting with somebody. And a lot of people try and, like, push that off into their Oshi, which also can be something, like, again, it's a crutch, it's escapism. It can be healthy if used in moderation. If it's just like, I want to tell my Oshi this thing and I want my Oshi to support me, you need to remember that they are separated from you. That's where the parasocial relationship can become bad. If you get your only connection to the outside world through somebody who doesn't necessarily know who you are as a person, and will, like, yeah, just, like, nod along and be a yes man to pretty much everything, rather than telling you the hard truths that they might need to actually hear. Yeah. Parasocialism having good aspects. There's a trend going on right now with people putting money into their savings whenever that Oshi does something. Yeah, Oshikatsu financial responsibility. That is something where it can help you, and it can also be bad. Because there are people who look at that and they think, like, oh, that's a really good way to save money. Like, every time my Oshi, like, does something good, I will put money away in a bank. But there are also people that try to manipulate that, where they instead go in the direction of like, oh, every time my Oshi does one thing, I'll put money away, not to actually like save for themselves, but then they use all of that on their Oshi. And it becomes like another kind of cult mentality where it is like, oh, look what my Oshi did. My Oshi motivated me to save all this money. And then I sent them like an Akasupa. And then it's like, you've still given all your money to your Oshi. And, you know, if you have money to spend like that, that's cool. Meanwhile, it should be very much like my Oshi inspired me to save my money. And then I gave them a bit of the money as well, but I also used it to upgrade my living experience. I used it to move into a slightly better apartment. I used it to get a nicer bed that makes me sleep more comfortably. Yeah, it should be something that inspires you to do something good for yourself. And meanwhile, if you do that, and then you also are supporting your Oshi will probably be much happier that way. See how that happens and can be so south for mental health. Yeah, I think that's the problem is I have seen those posts of people talking about like, and it's not just like VTubers, but also like K-pop fans and things like that, where it's like, oh, every time my band does this thing, every time my Oshi does this thing, every time this thing happens on the stream, I put the money on side. But some people will try and twist that into a, see, this is how good of an influence my Oshi is. This is why they're better than your Oshi. And then with people that are attached unhealthily, that can become a thing of like, oh, so I need to spend that much money. I need to make sure that I'm earning enough money that I can like say that about my Oshi. I can say like, oh, I gave this much money to my Oshi because they were such a good influence on me. Again, that's one of those things where it's just like anything can become an obsession. Parasocialism is just like one of those many things. Unfortunately, when it comes to parasocialism, there are people that will specifically try to use it against ya. I'm only parasocial with a burger? Oh, fuck yeah. You can be parasocial with a burger. Tell her how much you love it, make out with it, and then eat that bad boy. And then guess what? There's many more burgers in the sea. Turns into a glazing competition? It does. It does. It's nice to share your passions. It's also... That's the thing. Well, passions should be like a bunch of different things. And if your Oshi can inspire you to help you in the other passions that you have as well, that's even better. Here's the question. If I'm immersed in Sensei's beauty, all my sexual interests are focused on Sensei. I even avoid dating because of it. Does that count as an unhealthy parasocial interaction? I'm going to be honest with you, Kushami. I can't treat this one as a joke. I would say that one becomes unhealthy. If you have never been attracted to another person, then that is a different thing. If it is very much that you just don't normally have a sexual drive, and then you suddenly happen to find an Oshi that you're like, wow, they're sexy, something is awakened in me, that's cool. And hopefully you will find other things in the future that feel just as incredible. But yeah, if it's like, oh, I have turned away from all other like sexual connections because of my Oshi, that is unhealthy. That is like... If anything, it should just like awaken something in you and be like, oh, I guess there is like, and it doesn't mean that you have to go out and like find a partner. It can just mean like, oh, this is something that I'm using for my sexual gratification. At the same time, don't embrace it in an unhealthy way to the level where it's like, all I care about is fetishizing this person and making it like, my obsession is now sex with this one specific person. Again, sex should only be like a small part of your life. And if it has awakened something in you didn't feel before, that's one thing. But if it's like consuming you from ever looking into other people because you're like, this is the perfect, this is the optimum, then probably the best thing you can do from that is step back and be like, why am I so into this? And let me remind myself that this is, you know, either a fictional character or someone that I'm never actually going to be with anyway. You can have fantasies, you can have fun times, and you can like completely like be like, okay, this is my fetish and this is what I like and this is what gets me off. But you just have to have a healthy balance with everything else in your life. Because again, if you're asexual, sex doesn't have to be any part of your life. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, you have to find balance with other things as long as you're not just obsessed with the sex. Listening to your streams helps me a lot with my sewing classes, though most of the time your streams end right before my classes actually start. Damn, timing didn't work out well. You can just listen to the VOD though. What if I make an OC and become parasocial with my OC? That's what I did with Feli. But donating to Sensei gives me the feeling that I'm sugar keeping Sensei. It's great. I'm glad you added JK there, Because I happen to know that you have a very fulfilling life, Ku-Shami, and you interact with a lot of the Pupal community and hang out with people offline. So I do want to point out that Ku-Shami is fucking around right now. But at the same time, there are people that genuinely feel that way. There are people that feel like, oh, I donate to my Oshi because that makes them attached to me as well. And unfortunately, there are people who really shouldn't be in the field who kind of like, it's a problem, especially for people that do people pleasing kind of shit, where it's like, oh, I need everyone to be happy. And therefore, especially if somebody is like supporting them financially, they will go out of their way to change things about themselves for them. It can become like parasocial both ways, both for the streamer or celebrity or influencer or whatever, trying to like give the people what they want as well. But yeah, that is not a healthy relationship if you're straight up like, oh, it's like I'm sugar keeping them. It's like they belong to me. At that point, yeah, it would be like you would need to step back and think about what's going on and remember that it is just a fictional thing. And escapism is something that we all need. We all need moments to just escape from reality and just be like, okay, for these next 2 hours, this person belongs to me. That's what fantasies are all about. We need to escape from reality every now and then and just enjoy ourselves and not feel pestered about reality. That's completely fine. It's just if it takes over your whole life, then it becomes unhealthy. Then it consumes your life and it's all you think about. That is wrong. People need to play Needy Streamer Overload to learn what can go wrong. You don't even need to do that. You just need to like, see some of the people that have become famous and destroyed their lives over it because they want to make sure that the people that they have stick around with them. Especially when it does come to money. God, so many people like bend over backwards for like, oh, you gave me an Akasupa? Okay, I'll do anything you want. Or like, oh, you've started giving me a lot of money. I normally have a rule against people sliding into my DMs, but you slid into my DMs and you give me money and I don't want you to stop giving me money. And people will just keep crossing the line and getting like closer and closer to the point where it becomes very fucking toxic and bad and unhealthy. The degree of separation is the most appealing part of a parasocial relationship to me. Sometimes you don't want to be perceived as an individual and want to be part of an amorphous whole. Yeah, that's one of the best things is just realizing like this is escapism. This isn't like something that follows me around for the rest of my day. And that's the incredibly healthy bit of parasocial relationships or fictional things where you realize like this is something that I am enjoying. And then I'm going to go back to my life. Like, I know so many people that work like the most intensive, high-end, high-paying. That's the thing. In the past, it used to be people would think like, oh, the only people who support idols are creepy old men who don't have much going on in their lives and just latch onto it because they have nothing else in their life. Nowadays, we know that's not fucking true. Like, people that support idols, whether it is any type of idol, or shikatsu activities, are very intelligent and hardworking people who work high-end jobs, who have healthy relationships, who have healthy lives, who just happen to enjoy the escapism sometimes and want to lean into it on a very extreme degree. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you're making sure to make your life the main focus. That's what's most important, and your Oshi is just part of that enjoyment. That community is part of your enjoyment. And if anything, hopefully it does inspire you to do other things, inspire you to chase your own passions, create things of your own, join in with the community and be more social, and then also just be able to go back to life, to the things that you enjoy less that you have to do to earn money, to survive, to get food and shelter and shit. Not that. I once modded for a VTuber that allowed this one guy to give him so much money it paid his rent. And this guy destroyed his community because streamer guy let him do anything. Oh, yeah, that shit's disgusting. When you let people get away with things because they give you money, they're basically buying you. They own you at that point. It's something that people can slip into. I'm not greedy, just let me own, says one. Okay. Escapism is something nice and needed sometimes, but all good things in moderation. Yes. We all need escapism sometimes. We all need to escape into fiction. We all need like little things, but yeah, it's things that you have to like moderate and make sure that it's not unhealthy. It's the same as like alcohol use or any drug use or any kind of like, obviously there are some drugs you should just absolutely avoid because they're too addictive and will take over your life no matter what you try to do. But for other things, even exercise needs to be taken in fucking moderation, because you can get addicted to the endorphin release for that and become obsessed and become unhealthy with that. Same with furries, I think? Wait, where did this come from? Was this from like the degree of separation, like the having the different identity? Sorry, that's an old comment, and I'm just wondering which part of the discussion that came from, because it was just like, huh. Oh man, I only donate or buy merch /Memby when I have extra money to spend. Otherwise, I usually just support them by watching their live streams and VODs. Yeah, and that's all a streamer should really need. A streamer, if it is their full-time job, they have to earn a certain amount of money from it. But that should come naturally from having a community large enough. You shouldn't become a full-time streamer unless you've like worked your way through the smaller bits to be able to get to the point where you can support yourself with streaming. So if a streamer is ever like, oh, I need this money right now kind of thing. If it's a one-off kind of thing, it could just be a crazy accident where the streamer is trying to ask for help from their community. If that happens continuously, that's manipulation. That's something where it's like, oh, well, get a full-time job. Like, sometimes you need a break from certain IRL things that drive you crazy, especially when those IRL things are beyond your control. Yeah. And that's why, like, I always talk about how much I like things like Love and Deep Space, full escapism things, crazy content where it's like, it's pure fiction and we should be able to escape into that fiction, turn off our brains and not think about like, oh, but what if it was real? And, oh, but this isn't very moral. And it's like, no, that's the point. It's something that you can escape into and embrace and then go back to life. And it's not like, oh God, I wish I could murder people. That's not why I play video games. I play video games because I enjoy the feeling of being powerful. And so sometimes that involves killing people and owning losers, poning the noobs. And sometimes that involves like a visual novel where you try to save people's lives and you try to help people and you go out of your way to be kind and you just have the strength to change the entire world, even though you're just one little boy in Tokyo who needs to like use the power of friendship to destroy God. That kind of shit. Like it's fine to get that escapism and be like, that's cool. And now I'm back in my life and it like helps me move forward and like keep living through the rough patches. Yeah. What? Persona 5, baby. If you don't set boundaries, that parasocial person can push as far as they can. They could still stop supporting you on a whim, so don't feel bad setting boundaries. And if they are specifically trying to manipulate you, it will keep getting worse. Because if they push that boundary and it works one time, they will keep pushing that boundary. There are some people that just want to own another person, want to have them under their thumb. And like the further you go, the more you realize you're slipping, the more they can use that against you as well. The more they can be like, oh, you like it. Like, this is actually what you like. You prefer it this way. You prefer to give up your agency. And like, why would you turn back now? This is what you've always wanted. Like, oh, and I could like destroy you now, by the way, because like I could reveal to all these people like everything you've done so far. Give an inch and they take a mile. Exactly. When you know it's something you're not supposed to do, which is why you should always like be making sure you're interacting with things in a healthy way. We got to understand the boundaries and know that we also need necessities. I'm not saying that you should never support your Oshis, but there are also many ways to support them without spending. Exactly. Not just money either, but also time. Time is the most valuable resource in the world. Money comes and goes. Time is always ticking from the point at which you are born. So yeah, supporting your Oshi can just be showing up to streams, leaving comments, telling them how much you enjoy their content, getting involved in the community, reaching out to other people, liking and retweeting fan art, even like supporting the community in general is also supporting your Oshi. Just showing how much you care, going out of your way. Yeah, it doesn't ever have to actually involve money for you to be an incredible, important, and integral part of the community. Clipping, time stamping, translating, helping your Oshi reach new people, helping your Oshi get by in their life and just reminding them that you enjoy what they do. All of those are very important to a streamer's mental health and to a streamer's like ability to keep going forward. Supers for me are either for fighting my Oshi or making them read Morning Glory Milking Farm. So when are you going to read it, Sensei? It's too basic bitch now. I'm sorry, Jojo BB. I'm not going to read something that fucking everybody has like posted on Twitter. When at that point, it gets to like the silliness level. Like I need something crazier now. It's like I was really excited when the Needy Streamer Overdose team announced that they were working on a new visual novel. And it's like one where you're a psychopath who's killing everyone to keep them away from your little sister. I was like, oh, this is going to be so dark. This is going to be so fucked up. This is going to be like Andy and Lily, but full on like anime. And then everybody picked it up and started talking about it. And it's like, oh, good. And now all the fucking like 14-year-old edgelords are going to play it. And everybody's going to be posting about it. And the fucking TikTok kids and fucking Gen Alpha are going to be talking about how immoral it is. Andy and Lily made me concerned. See, I'm fine with Andy and Lily, but yeah, there are some things where they just pick up the wrong kind of community. They become too mainstream, and then it's controversial for the point of controversial at that point, and you can't enjoy it in your own little bubble anymore. Needy Streamer Overload, you mean, Sensei? Needy Streamer Overdose was the original Japanese title. It became Overload when they translated it to English, but it's still Overdose in the Japanese version. The most limited resource of all, but it's very worth it spending time here and with this community. Good. I'm glad. That's what it should be. It should inspire you to do things, and it should also just like give you a fun little entertaining time. Sometimes you want to drop in and just watch people play a video game. Sometimes you want to, you know, get really involved in like the actual like world and mythology behind things. Like mouthwashing. Which again, like that's the worst thing about this one, is that it hasn't even come out yet. With mouthwashing, at least we had like a good solid few weeks where everyone was like, yo, this is an incredible masterpiece of a game. It takes like a very simple premise and it makes it so interesting and dark in the way it interacts with some of the themes. And then everything just became about one part of it, and the whole like community got silly about it. And then there were people trying to slash back at the people that got silly about it, and it's just yeah. There are things like that where it's like you get to the point where you're like, I enjoy this content. I do not like the community. Like you just got to enjoy it by yourself and stay the fuck away from the fandom for certain things. Found that by supporting my own Oshis and just becoming part of their communities, it helps me seek out IRL communities and people like that more often. That's good as well. Especially, yeah, as long as they are like people that are looking out for your best interest. That's the thing. If it's a joke when people say certain things, like certain people can say things like in character where they're like, oh, you're cheating on me with another Oshi? You wouldn't dare. Do I need to put a collar on you? Do I need to like keep you chained in my basement? That kind of shit where it's like a roleplay kind of thing. There are some streamers who genuinely like are possessive of their fan base to a scary degree. I will straight up like use manipulation tactics to convince you that if you aren't spending your time with them, you're doing something wrong. And if you've like started liking something else, that is something wrong, and it is scary. Happy New Year, Mr. Cool. May good health and wealth come knocking to your door in 2026. More blessings and more delicious food. P.S. I am growing my ball. I'm glad to hear it, Mel. I feel like that's probably... that is most probably one of those things where it's like I said in a different stream, I like Mel, I just wish he would grow his balls and be less of a... I'm going to guess that's a reply to something I've said in the past, but yeah, as Barbara Bunn said, we love to see character growth. Physically and mentally. Maybe get some scars too. Scars add character. Crazy dial. I don't get how people can condemn others for playing dark video games or consuming dark content when they enjoy dark TV shows like crime shows and such. The Puritan mentality 100% comes out of a lack of shadow work. The Puritan mentality just straight up comes from an idea of like, I refuse to believe that I have these impure thoughts. Therefore, I will shame everybody else for having them. Normally, the people that do that go out of their way to be like, ew, you like this content that has a murderer in it? You must be a murderer? It's because they secretly have something that's kind of fucked up about themselves, and they don't want to admit it. So they get uncomfortable seeing a type of media. And fair enough, like if it's a trigger, if it's something that occurred to you in your life or something that makes you uncomfortable, sometimes that's the point of dark media as well, to make you go, ew, that's so icky. Ew, I don't like that. Meanwhile, yeah, there are people that the Puritan mentality comes from, like, they played something one time and they were like, oh, I like that. No, I don't like that. No, only a terrible person would like that. This piece of media is making me feel that way. It made me, like, want to murder myself. It made me want to kill someone else. It made me want to do the icky things the character did. That's not something that exists in my mind or like a creepy little head thought. I must destroy this media and everyone who likes it. Rather than just admitting to themselves, you got a creepy side, you got a kinky side, you got a dark side. We all fucking have them. It's part of the human condition. The important part is being able to do that shadow work and realize, like, huh, why do I have this thing? And fiction helps you explore it in a safe way. It's especially prevalent when it comes to kinks. Because when it comes to kinks, there are so many people who think, like, oh, you read this thing in fiction. Like, oh, you read about a character being, like, abducted and locked in a cage and tortured, and you enjoyed that? You must want to have that in real life. You're a sick freak. And meanwhile, it's like, no, you can have a fantasy and realize that in real life that would be absolutely fucking terrifying. The point of fiction is you're reading a book, or you're playing a game, or you're watching a movie, or something like that. There's a level of separation where you can fully immerse yourself and be like, wow, it would be damn sexy if one time Féileacán was just like, Ku, I'm going to bring you to the point of release. I'm going to tie you up with my whip, torture you, bring you to the point where you are screaming my name and only I can release you, for that is how much I desire you to belong to me, my vessel. And yet, if he actually did that in real life, it would no longer be hot. It would be like, no? Like, what's our safe word? We haven't come up with a safe word yet. It's stop pasta with the pupils. What is our safe word? So yeah, it's just like, in real life, you can be like, something's really creepy. But then in fantasies, you can be like, oh, I lean into some real kinky shit. And you can just enjoy that in fiction. You can bring that into the bedroom with a partner and do some fan fiction, some role play. You can bring costumes. You can make it as realistic as you want while, like, having a safe word and knowing there's some separation, while all the time knowing 100%, like, if a person acted like this in real life, they are a red flag and they are not safe to be around. So yeah, it's one of the things that annoys me when there are people that just cannot separate fiction from reality, cannot separate fantasies from wanting something so clearly and realistically, and just they blame the world for that rather than themselves not learning that separation. For them, it's like, oh, this thing made me feel things and it probably makes other people feel things, so they're freaks and I'm not a freak because I don't engage with that fiction because I don't want to feel those things. Meanwhile, it's like, so you felt the things. You felt the things and you're scared of that, so you're trying to remove the fiction rather than doing what the fiction is probably trying to do and helping you engage with parts of yourself you might not necessarily, you know, feel safe engaging of in the real world. That's the whole fucking point of fiction, is being able to explore things safely, work through them, discover new things about yourself, imagine things that could happen to you in the future, explore new worlds, see new world points, world views. So yeah, it's different for different people, of course. I'm not saying everybody who's like anti-dark media or dark fiction is like secretly hiding the deepest kinks and the most fucked up shit inside themselves, but what I will say is, if you're going to the point of like tearing the shit out of people in real life, people who created fiction, if you're treating them worse than you treat the fictional characters, you're the bad guy. You are 100% the bad guy. If you're like, oh, you did these horrible things to fictional characters, therefore you're a disgusting person, I'm going to go out of my way to ruin your life, dox you, try to get you fired, try to get the whole world to hate you and show how morally superior I am by destroying your life. You're hurting a real person. The person who created those fictional characters, who created that art, that fan art, that doujin, that game, that book, whatever. They created fiction. They created fiction that possibly other people will connect with and find useful in some way. You are going out of your way to hurt a real person and can't see the separation between fiction and reality. Yeah. Oh yeah, his stream's for adults, for those who stayed after raid. Sup, Marimonies? If they're Ash fans, I'd like to think they get it, but yeah, we are also... I'm allowed to say what I want. I'm not Corpo, so we go into some crazy places. Jaren, no? Jaren, yes. Wait. Oh, Jaren's actually here. What's wrong with red color flags? I like red. They look so pretty in fabrics like flags, like a waving red flag from the wind. So pretty. What's up, Jaren? We know you like red flags, you crazy girl. I miss your boyfriend. He was a fun bad guy. He just did not give a fuck. What a tangent for the pet episode. You know what? Let's finally move into pets. We're done with the pet play. We're done with the New Year's resolutions. We're done with the deep talk. So yeah, it's about time to move into pets. I got lots of images and stuffs for you guys. Do I have a media on? I do. Okay. Am I starting with images? Let's find out. What is this image? Jingle bells, carols. Gotcha. Finally, I know, we're finally going to see kitties. And also some old images of puppy. Oh, I'm starting with just the cats. Okay. I didn't order these properly, so the images and videos and stuff are going to be pretty random. Tangents really did their thing. I like the episode of Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei where he talks about nonsense for a long time. That's like every time, to be fair. Anyway, these is my catses. This is Psycho Bitch. This is Fat Cat. They never really had names. Originally, she was going to be named Moon. No, yeah. She was going to be named Shadow, and she was going to be named Moon. They never picked up those names, despite the fact that I called them that exclusively for several months. The only thing they ever started like reacting to was cats. So they both actually think their name is Cats. They look like twins. They are twins. They're sisters. I adopted them from a shelter because at one point I had mice that I needed rid of and they could not be separated. They were bonded. They were the only two cats of their litter that had been like left on the street. So they were street cats for like a couple of weeks and then they got into the shelter and nobody was adopting them because nobody could take on two cats. So cat and cat. Yeah, cat with a K and cat with a C works as well. But yeah, they're both just catses. You'll see a video of them where like the only thing they respond to is cat. I say catses and then they know it's their name. And yeah, the affectionate labels of Psycho Bitch and Fat Cat are just things that have sprung up just to separate them colloquially. She is a bit of a Psycho Bitch. I don't think she ever stopped being an outdoor cat, even though she's scared of the outdoors. So she will like run through rooms from place to place as if she's being hunted. When I come like downstairs in the morning, she'll dash past me as if I'm hunting her down. Occasionally she'll come over and let me pet her like 2 or 3 strokes and then give me a look as if like, ew, what are you? Why did I let you touch me? And run away again. Meanwhile, this one is the most cuddly creature in the world that will greet me in the morning with a meow, move into whatever position she can to get pettings, sneak into my bedroom and surprise me by jumping up on the bed, try and get pettings, and just, yeah. It's all good. It's all good. They're cute in their own ways. They fight each other, they love each other. Occasionally they curl up with one another and sleep together. Most of the time they'll just look at each other, give each other a little like sniff, punch each other in the face a few times, and then go sprinting around the house fighting each other. It's a good time. It's a good time. You can tell who's by the posture. You can most of the time. They, despite being twins, despite coming from the same place, they couldn't act more different. Like true siblings, they really are. They'll beat the shit out of each other, then they'll cuddle with each other, and then they'll wake up from cuddling each other and realize they're cuddling and like hiss at each other and bat each other away. Let's see some of the other images I have. I have some images and I have some videos to like demonstrate things. This is one of the few moments that I found Psycho Bitch being adorable. She has nice, bright green eyes. This is her curled up in like the old lady armchair that I used to have in my old house. Despite the fact that this is Psycho Bitch, she kind of looks adorable and cute. She's letting me like look at her without running away. She let me get close enough to take a decent picture, and she's just, you can still tell, she's giving me the, yeah, you caught me being comfortable, what of it? I will attack you if you come close. That smirk, yeah, it's like a, okay, don't speak of this to anyone. And then I took a picture of it, and she was probably like, you son of a bitch, I will kill you. Loaf. They can both look loafs if they're all like curled up and stuff. But yeah, that's Psycho Bitch being cute for once. Ooh, all the other images are of my dog. I'm surprised I had so many of my dog. Wait, where are? I'm sure there were images of them together. Anyway, I have videos too, but that's why I can't see them. Because videos don't come up on that. Right. So this is a video of my cat from outside the door. How big is this going to be? Also, I have to turn this down. Being a silly little guy. And I think the fun thing about that one is Psycho Bitch. Talking to the birds. Nah, she was meowing at me, I think, to come in. I just like tried to meow back at her to get a meow. But that was actually the grumpy one, funnily enough, who I thought was the big comfy one. But this was the big comfy one. At the same time. Then I noticed that her sister was just over to the other side. And had probably been knocked away from her. Because you could see how much bigger she is here. And she's just like... She's talking to you for once. What's going on? Human? Human? I don't know if this is safe, but that's not me, human. Don't trust her. Don't trust her. She looks so sad. Yeah, she's just off to the side like... That's not me. That's not the cute one, I promise you. Does she like cuddling? Yeah, she does. This is what Psycho Bitches normally look like. She pretty much never, like, meows at me. I try to get her attention all the time. If I say, like, catses, she'll look at me. She'll come walking over occasionally. She'll let me pet her once in a while. But she never, ever, ever meows at me. She'll just, like, look at me. I'll be like, catses! And she'll be like... That'll be about it. But this was one time she vaguely meowed at me. I'm taking this one as a win. But you'll see how funny this video is. Are we supposed to get sounds? Do you not hear this?
Catses.
Do you not hear the sound?
Hey, catses. Hey, catses.
We can hear. Okay. Some of them are pictures, but there are videos. But yeah, that was a cute little moment where, like, I was cooking some bacon. I was calling out catses. She gave me a meow. She looked at me. Tiniest little meow ever, and I was so excited, so I kept saying catses. And then she clearly realized she'd meowed, and so she, like, meows and then turns away like, I'm outie. Like, I'm not dealing with this. That's her relationship with me. Is like, she's tsundere as fuck. She likes me. She won't always admit it, but occasionally she finds herself slipping into a cute cat role and then realizing she's done it and, like, immediately, like, refusing and being like, that's not who I am.
Hey, catses. Hey, catses. Hey, catses.
That's the bit that kills me, actually. Hold up. Let's see a replay of that real quick. It's right... Where's the bit?
Catses. Hey, catses.
There. You see that little movement of the head? That little moment where she realizes, like, oh, it's you. She literally gives me a fucking head nod.
Hey, catses.
Yeah. You see that? That's all. That's it. That's that. She's like, she's meowed. She's realized she's meowed. And she's like, no, you get this. This is what you get.
Catses.
And then she's like, okay, I'm out. I'm done. I've accidentally meowed in front of him.
Catses.
I'm leaving.
Catses.
Sup, human? I know, it's so funny. She's so diva. Yeah, she is. She knows she's badass. Meanwhile, this is my other cat. So this one was literally taken this morning when I was like, I'm going to record it just in case she's outside my door again. So this is when I opened my door in the morning, about to go down for my walk. This is her.
Where?
So that's her just like waiting for me in the morning, hearing me open the door and immediately coming running up to greet me.
Where?
So I've got very cute catses. Incredible. Peak cinema. I know. 10 out of 10. Did she always do that? No, that's something relatively new. That's been happening since this winter specifically. I don't remember how many years I've had them exactly. Instant serotonin. Yeah, very, very cute. That's only been happening for like a month or two. But yeah, for some reason, she's just started coming to me in the morning. I used to think it was because she wanted me to feed her. Because a couple of times it was like I would go down and the bowl was empty and I was like, oh, I get it. But nowadays, like even when her bowl is full, she'll come up and meow at me and then run down the stairs when I start heading down the stairs. And then she'll jump up by the windowsill that's right by the door so that she can get pettings when I'm heading out. The small Mew Mews are sending me to heaven. Yeah, she's a lot more vocal than her sister. Her sister will only meow like once in a blue moon. And when it does come out, it's the quietest little chirp. Barely like a cat. Meanwhile, Fat Cat is very, very vocal. Fat Cat would just meow like mad. Can they see Feli? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. But who knows? Feli, despite the fact that visually we draw it quite often as if me and Feli are in different places, we're only ever in different positions when we're on the train. So, I mean, if she sees Feli, she's always seen me and Feli together anyway. Can Duke see Feli when he gets here? I don't know. Duke ain't here yet. We'll find out. We'll find out if he can hear his voice in my head, I guess. I don't know. She like to be picked up and cuddled? Neither one of them do, actually. They will come and like cuddle with me while I'm laying down or sitting down. But if I like try to actually pick them up and pet them, they'll get uncomfortable and want to be released. Sup. Ah, heck, I communicated abort. Yeah, exactly. She gives a little meow and she's like, wait, what have I done? I'm outie. Meanwhile, the other one is like, hi, how you doing? I hope there's food in the bowl. Do you want to pet me? I know you want to pet me. They stare into the corner of a room, then there is something there. They can see dusk butterflies. They definitely, like, their eyes will follow dusk butterflies and they'll chase them if they're in the house. There are times where they meow loud for no reason. Only very, very rarely. I've heard that like maybe once or twice. Mr. Cookie, can I pet your quitty cutie little pussycats? Yes, you can, Jiran. Honestly, I would prefer you to spend time with cats than with people for your own safety and everybody else's safety. If Jiran had cats in her life instead of kidnappers, that story would have gone so different. Waiting for Dookie debut. Oh, as soon as I get Dookie, I'm going to be... Oh, God, I called him Dookie. As soon as I get Duke, I'm going to be taking pictures and talking about everything. She had Morgana. She did. She had Morgs, but by that point, it was too late. Still can't get over the small Mew Mews. It's like she's saying, you're up, feed me. Pretty much. Dookie? Yeah, I'm getting a cat in June. Cat. I have 2 cats. I'm getting a dog in June. I have gone to like a proper breeder for labradoodles. They're going to have like a standard size chocolate labradoodle that is a mix between a chocolate labradoodle and a cream labradoodle. So I'm hoping to get like one that's mostly brown with maybe like a little bit of like cream in its fur. It's also going to have like a woolly coat. So it's going to be like non-shedding, hypoallergenic, Very, very smart, so it's going to be a bit of a pain to train. But other than that, it should be good. But we're going to name him Duke, because Duku in Irish means black dog or black hound, which is cool. But also Duke just sounds kind of dignified and cute. It's one syllable, so it's easy to say. Plus, yeah, the nickname can be like Dookie, which just means poop, which is adorable. And he can have like all kinds of silly fancy names. Can't wait for Duke Day. Duke Day. We'll see. Like, as far as I know, I think the pregnancy has happened already. But yeah, the litter is expected to be born in April, so I should have pictures of like the puppy litter, and then I'll have pictures of actual Duke coming home in June. And I'll be like, yeah, that'll be like my main Zatsu content at that point. Because every day is going to be like, yeah, I did this thing with Duke. Duke got to do this thing today. Duke learned this thing. And then, yeah, it'll also be the case of like, there'll be every hour I'll have to be like, guys, I got to take Duke out for like 10 minutes. Every hour for like the first week is going to be like, okay, we're on potty training time. I'm sorry to tell you guys, but every hour is like a potty break for us. I remember we called him the Great Duke of Arson last time. Exactly. Love how Doggy has an actual name and the cats have names. Look, man. They didn't like Shadow and Moon. I don't know what to tell you. They just both think they're catses, and that works fine for me. 2 cats, a dog, and a Pupal infestation. Wild they are. It'll be fine. If anything, I'm really excited to see, because the cats once lived with my last dog. So it'll be interesting to see how they take on the fact that there's going to be a puppy coming into their house that's going to start probably about the same size as them and then get bigger and bigger and bigger and then be the size of like 12 cats. So I think they'll like try to train him when he's a puppy, and then as he gets bigger, he'll be reminded that they are just basically toys to him. Who doesn't like Moon? Unbased. I know. Shadow and Moon are cute names. Can't think of a cute nickname for Duke. Dukas sounds wrong. Dookie. Dookie. Or Dooku. It doesn't just have to mean Black Hound. It could also be like Count Dooku from Star Wars. Puppy raised by cats. Yeah. Yeah. When my parents' dog and cat play together, the dog just pats the cat's entire head in his mouth, so it's so funny. It's normally like, if you've trained a dog well, it normally is one of those things where like the cats treat the dog like a toy. The dog just occasionally like either tries to scare them away, or just like if they try to play back, then the cat suddenly gets serious. It's kind of rude. Like the cat can so easily overpower, the dog can so easily overpower the cats, but at the same time it has to like play by their rules or they don't play anymore. Dogs raised by cats are the cutest. They learn so many cat behaviors. Oh no, that's going to be terrifying. Terrifying. But this was my last dog, Bear. I'm going to start off with the reason he was named Bear, because he looked like a teddy bear. Look at this cute little guy. Look how fluffy he is. Look how silly his hairsims. His ears were too big for him back then. He hadn't grown into them properly. His paws were so big. Dog? Yeah, dog. And he grew to be a full-sized bear. He started as a teddy bear, but my God. He had such long hair. He was a Caucasian shepherd. So even when I brought him home, I think he was like 12 weeks rather than 8 weeks. I'm going to get Duke at 8 weeks, but this one was a bit late. But yeah, 12 weeks, he came home and he was about the size, probably about the size of, I don't know, what type of dog? He was like a medium-sized dog anyway. People thought he was fully grown. He's Caucasian. Your dog is a white dude. Caucasian Shepherd or Caucasian Ovchaka. They come from the Caucasus Mountains. They come from like around, oh God, what is the place called? Jordan? I feel like it's Jordan. Jordan and Russia. But yeah, the Caucasus Mountains. 160-pound dog is crazy, they are. I know, right? 3 apples tall. Way more than 3 apples. But yeah, this was Bear. This is him being a cute little guy. Look at his little baby puppy dog ears. Oh, yeah, his tail was so tiny back then too. It hadn't fluffed up yet. I forgot about that. Look at that distinguished fluffy gentleman. I know, right? Look at him trying to hide under a table, but he's too big already. Oh, Georgia. Yeah, Georgia. That's what I meant, not Jordan. Georgia, around the Caucasus region. They originally come from Georgia, but they were trained to be like... They were originally bred to fight bears. They were bear fighting dogs. And they normally have like their ears and tails cropped as well, but that's less cute. But yeah, they were bred in the Jordan mountains. Yes. And then they were exported to like Russia. They became like the dogs that Russian guards use in their prisons. But then they also spread all over Europe and became like more common. This is him as a puppy after he had a bath. Look how silly he looks. His hair is all sticking out. He's so cute. He was the cutest boy ever. So he was named after his potential enemy. Yes, he was meant to blend in with them, get them to trust him, and then destroy them from the inside. His eyes? Yeah, he's so cute. My dog is not Russian, Mal. Mal, you are getting very confused on basic words. The breed was originally bred in Jordan and then spread out into Russia. I was on Caucasian mountains on a trip. There are lots of these dogs on the farming and guarding duties. Yeah, they're independent and it can be tough to train them, but they're cute anyways. They're supposed to be one of the toughest dogs to train. They very naturally have their guard dog tendencies. They have strong prey drives and they are very independent and smart because they were bred to like, yeah, herd, defend flocks, and bred to just like live outside and take care of themselves essentially. He very much liked to go out into the snow and just like lay down and bury himself in the snow and be comfortable, and he hated the heat. I've got more pictures of him as a puppy, including ones where he was dressed up as Chewbacca. This is a funny one where it was like caught mid-movement so you could barely see his face. He was like trying to get the costume off of him. But this was his first Halloween while he was still a puppy. So I managed to get him like a puppy outfit Halloween costume that was like cheap and affordable. I think that was a medium-sized puppy outfit and he was able to fit into it when he was about 2 months old. The tongue blep, yeah. I remember this exactly because it was like I was trying to get a picture of him like sitting and looking cute. But as soon as I like took my eyes off of him and grabbed at the camera, he stopped staying, and like I took the photo while he was like frumping down to try and get it off of him. He was like rolling around a bunch trying to get it off of him. I couldn't tell that he was dressed up. You'll be able to tell better here. It was like a cute little Chewbacca costume that also had like a hood that could go up over his ears to turn him completely into Chewbacca. You can see he's giving me the side eye there where it's like, human, you have kept me in this outfit for the last several hours. Please take it off. Please free me. Why have you done this to me, father? His paws. Yeah, his paws were huge. That's another part of the reason they look so much like bears. If you see a Caucasian shepherd's like prints in the snow, you would think like a giant fucking either wolf or bear has been walking around. Father, why have you betrayed me? Exactly. Now the important question, were you Han Solo? Maybe. That's the look of, okay, I'll do it because I love you. That's the look of, I hate this, but you called my name and I am a dog, so I will look at you. Why are you taking a photo of me? How dare you? He was like, yes, are we going walk? We're not going walk. That's a camera. So yeah, that was him while he was a puppy. Surprisingly, I don't have many images of him in like transition period between like puppy to full grown. So I have this one where he looks kind of silly. I guess this was him in like his teenage phase. So he's pretty much full grown by this point, but this is just probably one of the funniest pictures I ever got of him when we were hiking out in the woods. I remember he just collapsed and would not get up for a while. He was like, this walk has gone on for 2 hours. I don't like it anymore, human. And I was like trying to get him up for a while, and then he just started throwing a strop. He would like roll from one side to the other, and he kept making silly noises like and then I got out my camera and somehow managed to capture this perfect moment with that freaking face. It's like, wait, don't take a picture of this. Definitely don't put it up on stream. How dare you? Throwing a strop. Throwing a strop. Sorry, that's a British term. Throwing a strop just means like... it's what a child does. It's having a tantrum. Yeah. Having a tantrum is throwing a strop. That's like British phrasing. But yeah, that was just him like rolling between two sides. Zero thoughts in those eyes. One thought, that's the problem. There were zero thoughts and then he noticed the camera. There's a very tiny hint of, is that a camera? Meanwhile, I'll counter that one. I'll show you his most majestic photo too. This is probably the best photo I ever got of him. Like underneath a bunch of, like, it was a nice little mossy area. There were flowers around him. This is the big boy. This is Bear. He's 160 pounds big. So fluffy. So sweet. So big. He looks so handsome. Yeah, he's so beautiful in this one. Surrounded by the flowers and the stone and the earth. He blends in so well with like the earth as well. Because he had like so many different shades of like grey, brown and black. Such a lovely image. Yeah, it is. That's the best boy. And a drool monster. I will say that as well. Let me grab the one video I could share of him. All the other videos give away too many. Oh, did I not? I was so sure I grabbed a picture of him drooling like mad. 1 second. 1 second. Did I not download it? How silly of me. He looks like he drew. Yeah, anytime I had food out, he was a fountain. Where's that video? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I guess I just didn't download it. Download that real quick. I also have some pictures of him with the catses. So I'll grab those too. Because I can. I'm allowed to. Those will show his size quite well too. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so. Your dog is a waterbender that can make his own water. Drool. True. At least he doesn't bloodbend. That would probably be worse. Okay, so I'll turn this down because I think I speak a bit during this. But this is what he looked like whenever I had any kind of food. This was actually, I think, like after I'd eaten a sandwich and been giving him like little bits of cheese and meat from it. And then the sandwich was done for like a full 30 seconds and I just realized he was still drooling like crazy. So I just grabbed my camera to be like, oh, this is, yeah, but he's still doing it.
It's all gone, buddy. I promise you, there are no more foods.
Look at that drool hanging from his face. Yuck.
It's a lot of drool, buddy. I'm kind of impressed. You proud of yourself? Ah, he's a good boy. Aren't you?
Impressive, yeah. He looks sad. Of course he's sad. There were no more meats or cheeses. This is ridiculous. I should always have more meats and cheeses. I can't with the drool. Oh, it was crazy. He was good about like not going crazy about food. He would never be like, okay, you have food, therefore I have to have food. But he would still like, he would be in the room staring at me. Just like, you gotta give me some of that cheese. I would like some of them chickens. And he would just like sit there. He would never lay down. He would always be like ready to perform tricks just in case. And he would just be like slowly dripping bit by bit. You have to clean the drawers every day. At some point you just get used to it. I'm just glad that back then I lived on hardwood floors. Back then, thankfully, it didn't like soak into anything. It was just like hardwood floors. So it was just like the next time I mopped over, it would be gone. God, if I had carpet, that would have been ridiculous. And And this is one of him looking quite pretty. This is one of the few times I took him to a dog park and taught him some experience, some obedience skills. So he was up on like a nice little walk. He's had so many. I just realized I kept changing the colors of his harnesses while he was young. While he was young, I switched in between like blues and reds and blacks. Eventually, I just like stuck with blacks. Look at him. He's so pretty. He's so big. That's when he noticed another dog in the distance and was like, there are other dogs here? Oh my God. That was when the obedience lesson stopped because he was very reactive. Dog getting that agility experience. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, and this one will show his size before I even bring out the cat's pictures. So there's this one. This is him on a 3-person sofa. He took up 2/3 of a 3-person sofa. When we had to like drive outside in places, he took the entire back seat and had to stick his head out the window to fit in the back seat. Jesus. 160-pound dog is bigger than you think it is. He very easily came up to my hip. When he would like stand next to people that were like 5 feet, if he sat down next to a person who was 5 foot, his head would be up at their chest. He could like lift his paws up and put his paws on top of my shoulders, and like straight up, if he was next to the wrong person, it was straight up. He was bigger than a lot of people. As big as Great Danes, a little tiny bit smaller than Great Danes when it comes to like height, but floofier. His head is the size of the armrest. Yeah, he was a big boy. And he actually broke that sofa. That's why that sofa bends in the middle. There was one time he was like running backwards and forwards in the room and then jumped on the sofa and I just heard a crack. I just look over. It was never fully broken, but it just like the wood snapped in the middle so that it would fold down in the middle. Recently came across a classic size, big size poodle, and then he stood up. He was taller than me. That's a big poodle. Holy. He broke it. Yeah, because he wasn't just like running around. He ran around, jumppt, and landed in it. So it wasn't even just like jumping up to it. It was like running across the room and basically launching him into it. Is he a Newfie? No, he was a Caucasian Shepherd. It's a different breed, but they do look kind of similar. And you can see how proud of himself he is there, being like, I'm on the sofa. I'm comfy. Yay. He was a happy guy. Can I pet the dog? Oh, people loved him. The reason that I loved bringing him with me everywhere, like I never went anywhere without him. My social anxiety went to fucking 0 because nobody would look at me. It was the safest place in the world to be because like I would walk around and just people would do double takes and they would instantly be like, it would be like, oh, there's a random person. Dog! Big dog, giant dog. That's a bear. That's a big dog. I would have people like pulling over on the street while driving and just being like, is that a dog or a horse? Is that a dog or a bear? Like all kinds of questions. People would be like, what type of dog is that? Is he friendly? And people would actually like get out of their cars on the side of the road just to come over and get some pettings. Horse. That was mostly people that joked, but I lived in a very rural area in America, so there were people that would walk around their horses and shit, like small horses. People always come by when they see cute/unique dogs. Yeah, everyone was always curious what type he was, and he was incredibly friendly. Does he let strangers pet him? Oh, he loved it. He was too dumb to know that people could ever be dangerous. I've talked about this story before. One of his favorite things, there was a Malamute that lived nearby us that wanted to rip his throat out. There was a Malamute that every time we walked by their house, the Malamute gave like the most aggressive bark possible and was basically saying, stay away from this house or I will kill you. It was like a roar, 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 roar. And Bear would walk by and like do a play bow. He would like lower his top half and like bounce backwards and forwards, side to side, like he was playing. Like the other dog would be like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to end you. You come here and you're dead. And Bear would just be like, friend. What's up, friend? What are you saying, friend? You want to play, friend? Well, I can play. I can play. And then we'd just walk on our way and it would be like, great experience for me. The owners of the Malamute would always be like really angry and like shout out like, Oi, be quiet. Get on in here. Leave him alone. Meanwhile, I'm just walking Bear along. Bear's having the time of his life, getting some play bows in, bounding around, and just then when we get to the end of the lead, he comes following along. Sounds like my dog. He wants to play with everyone, every dog, every person, all the time. Yeah. And that's the thing. I think it's because ever since he was a puppy, everyone would come over and be like, what type of doggy is he? He looks like a teddy bear. He's so sweet. He's so fluffy. Can I pet him? Is he friendly? And so, yeah, it's just anytime a human came our way, he thought they were just naturally the friend who would be coming over and petting them and playing with them. So, yeah. He just like loved everybody. I was so excited. If somebody was walking along the street in our direction, he'd be like, tail wag. Is this person going to play with me? Does he have treats? Will he give me treats? Because that was the other thing. I used to walk him past a like dog park area. So a lot of other people would be like exercising, but also have dog treats that they could give to dogs to like befriend the dogs. So part of him was also always wondering, does this person have treats? Will this one give me a treat? And every time we went to like Petco, he got so many free things. Like they normally give you a sample, which is like a single little like piece of kibble kind of thing of a treat. They would give him whole treats just because they were so excited to see him. They'd get down like a bone out of like the giant pile of things and just be like, here you go, buddy. And he would like tear it to pieces in like 30 seconds. And they'd be like, oh, wow. They'd be like, yeah, that's why I don't bother getting him bones. I need to get him like hard chew toys. My dog was the opposite. He was just a distinguished gentleman who didn't like petting unless he approached first. I feel ya. Some of them are like that. Some of them are antisocial. He was very much like, if you were around, he wanted to be your friend. He assumed you were going to pet him and look after him. Just found out that Caucasian Shepherds and Cane Corsos are cousin breeds descending from Roman war dogs. Oh, sick. I had no idea about that. I just knew they were bred in the Jordan Mountains to fight bears. My 4-kilogram Maltese always forgets that she's tiny. In her mind, she's as big as the Malamutes and Huskies she tries to befriend when we walk around. That's so cute. I feel like little dogs have big dog energy. Big dogs have very relaxed, chilled energy. Like, he very much realized early on that he was bigger than everyone. And so when he was playing with other puppies, he would always, like, do a play bow. And if they weren't excited, if they didn't come over to sniff him, he would just, like, lay his butt down and let them approach. Like, he would play bow, and then he would, like, lay down and just, like, wait for them to approach. Because it's like, I'm not going to hurt you. I promise. I'm big, but I am friend. And then they'd come over and sniff him, and he'd immediately transform. He would jump up and start, like, trying to play with them, trying to, like, wrap himself around them. And then they'd go running away because he was just way too big to play with most of the dogs. It was so sad. He was, like, so friendly, but no other dogs really trusted him just because he was so big. They are both protective breeds, but Shepherds are more aloof than the Cane Corso. Gotcha. He looks so cuddly in this picture. I just want to reach through the screen to hug him and pet him all over. Yeah. And he was very good with his sisters. Because, yeah, he was raised... Well, the cats were raised alongside him. So here is them together to show you, like, yeah, the size. Those are, I mean, pretty damn big cats. But he... Big Duke. 160-pound big boy. And again, in every photo of the cats together, you can tell like which one's which. And this is the other good shot of them together. That's my pack right there. My bear and my 2 catses. That was pretty early on in the catses thing. I used to take a lot of pictures of them together because most of the time they would not deign themselves to be around him. They would go running off. And then over time, he would just get like more comfortable. He would stop trying to play with them. So he would just like lay down and get more relaxed. And then bit by bit, they'd come like crawling over to him and realize, oh, this thing's soft. We like this thing. And they'd start cuddling up with him, which he didn't like. He wanted to play with them. Every time he tried to play with them, they'd go like running under like sofas and hide from him. Meanwhile, they wanted to cuddle with him. Every time he was getting comfy, they'd come around and like rub themselves against him, and he'd just be like, and they'd ignore the growls completely, start playing with his tail, bat it around, mess around. And then they'd just like, he'd eventually like bark and get up and they'd run away. And then they'd do it again like 10 minutes later when he laid back down. New bed acquired, the cats probably. Oh yeah, 100%. Cat's faces are so angular. That's how I can tell this is like when I first got them. They're probably just at the end of their growth period as kittens. Because you can see one is bigger than the other, but yeah, at that point. And their stripes were so much more pronounced. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, this must have been very shortly after they came home from the shelter. But yeah, they were a good old family. His hand is about the size of the cat's head. Yeah, I would say like one of his like paws, like this bit of the paw is about the size of their whole body. Well, they were good together. They had funs. Thank you for sharing these lovely memories with us, Sensei. Hell yeah. Can you carry him? I could, but only for very, very short bursts. I got him when I didn't have problems with my back. So back then I was able to carry him pretty easily, even up to when he got full sized. But when I hurt my back, it became a thing of like, I had to be in the right position and he had to agree to be carried, essentially. Because if there were times that he knew like, oh, he's going to lift me up to a bathtub to wash me, or, oh, he's going to lift me up into the car so I can go to the vet, he was like, I'm not doing it. I would be like, come on. I like try to wrap my arms around him and he would just like pull away and wrestle and stuff. And it's like, ugh. But yeah, I can normally lift 160 pounds. Okay. But bending is not great for me. So bending and then lifting. And then when you add to that, like a dog who decides like, no, I don't like the thing you're trying to do. It became like, I could lift him when he would let me lift him. When it was something that he felt excited about, like he knew he was going to Petco or going out to the mountains, he'd be like, okay, you can lift me into the car. I reject human. Exactly. But yeah, he was a cute boy. For a lot of the time, he would just like jump into the car by himself. But then when he started to get older, his hips started to have problems. It was hard for him to just get up near the end. But for a while there, it was like he couldn't get into the car because he couldn't just like lift himself up that much. He could still do stairs once he'd been up for a bit, but he was not able to do other things. I think I live near a St. Bernard, and that's the biggest dog in my neighborhood. And I thought I would never see a bigger dog. I think St. Bernards are like comparable, to be fair. Like I don't know exactly how much they weigh, but yeah. Somehow I feel like Beru gives the biggest hugs. Oh, he gave great hugs. Only for very brief moments, though. It was very much a case of like, he would allow hugs because he knew they made humans happy. He did not like to be hugged. He would like rest his face on things. He would rest his chin on things. He would cuddle up nearby. But if you actually tried to like hug him, it just made him uncomfortable. It's the same as like when the cats would like lean against him. He liked to be by himself and he refused all forms of dog bed. I got that bitch 3 different dog beds, all very fancy ones, all very good orthopedic ones. And every time, the only time he liked any of the beds was one of them was fluffy enough that he was able to pick it up in his mouth, prop it up and hump it. One of his dog beds became a sex toy. Every other dog bed he would look at, he would deign himself to step on it. He laid down on a couple of them once or twice, and then he went back to the cold hardwood floor or the cold tiles in the bathroom. He liked hard, cold surfaces. He had standards. Damn straight. Damn straight. Yep, they do that. That's just a dog thing. That's just what dogs do. That's not, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Dogs are going to do it. At least he didn't hump people. A dog that big that had that kind of thing would be a problem. I had, my first dog was a Labrador Retriever when I think we got that one when I was like 11. So that was like a family pet. But he humped everything. He would just grab your thigh and go to town. It was so embarrassing when I tried to like bring him out to play with my friends and he just instantly like wrap his paws around one of their legs and start going to town. He did it with like big toys. He did it on the sofa. He did it on the bed. But yeah, with Bear wasn't a problem with that. Bear only had like a couple of things that he wanted to do that to. Horty boy. That's most dogs, to be fair. Everywhere. My poodle is the same. He rejects all blankets and beds, and it's either the couch or the floor, or trying to bother my eldest dog with cuddles. She's done with his nonsense. That's fair. With my next dog, I'm making sure Duke is coming home at 8 weeks old. For one thing, the breeder has them in crates while they're puppies, so he's already going to be used to a crate as it is. But yeah, I've already bought the crate because it was on a Black Friday sale. So I've got his crate and a puppy divider and an orthopedic thing for inside it. And when they send Duke home, they're also going to send him home with a blanket that has the scent of the whole litter on it. So it's going to be a nice thing to just put inside the crate and then get him on crate training immediately. So that he has a place that he knows, this is where you sleep, this is where you relax. And if I ever have to have him travel or anything and have him in the back of the car or anywhere else, or even on an airplane, we'll be able to just be this is my crate, this is my happy place, I am safe. Also, I just realized you changed your picture. I think you changed that way earlier, but I didn't notice. Look at that puppy. As a good boy. Also, Jaren in chat scares me immensely. As she should. Jaren is as she does. Alexa, play my humps. My humps, my humps, my humps, my humps. Was Lab neutered? No. I did not neuter either of my dogs. I am probably going to neuter Duke. Because now I know why it is good for dogs that are not, going to breed or planning to have offspring. But yeah, with the lab, he was a family pet. None in our family really knew how to deal with dogs too much. And we got him when he was 2 years old already. So it was very much a case of just he humped. He did what he did. With Bear, it was very much a thing of just I was I don't want to do that to my dog. But yeah. He was good and well behaved anyway, so he was good. I am scary? No, I'm cute and adorable. You know what you are. My sweet baby was a yellow lab. She got up to her antics, but she never got that frisky, thankfully. That's interesting. I feel the smaller a dog is, the naturally hornier it is as well. You see tiny dogs going nuts on plush toys, pillows, shoes sometimes. My cat doesn't care what I get her. Got her giant fluffy dog bed from under the table so she can nap on that, and her favorite places are on the couch, a noodle box on the freezer, and me at night. That's cute. My cat really likes laying on the radiators, even though they're hard, on any of the couches, chairs, or beds. And wait, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, no, the thing that annoys me is I've gotten my cats I've gotten them one scratch post, one of those towers that they can scratch, play with, and climb on, and a little scratch thing that you hang on the handle of a door so they can scratch it. They do not scratch any of them. Not a single freaking one. Instead, they scratch my carpet, and they try to scratch my bed and my furniture. I literally got them scratching posts that are designed to be the best thing for their nails, and they're furniture, carpets. These are what we will scratch. The memes of owners buying expensive pet beds only for their pets to choose the box of those expensive pet beds. I think one of my favorite one of those, rather than it being an animal, was a child who opened up a box for I think it was a tricycle. They brought out a tricycle that was shaped like a motorbike. And they were oh, wow. And then climb inside the box and pretend they're driving a car. And it's just the funniest thing ever. Oh, my God. My brother's Bernese mountain dog got extremely silly when he met a female dog, especially when the dog was the same breed. That boy had no riz. Dogs don't need riz. They just kind of do their thing. She's an old gal, loves naps, potatoes, and the streams, and I love her very much. Aww. What a cutie. They look so comfy. Bought the cat toy and took out from the packaging, and they only play with the packaging. Exactly. Bed didn't use the dog beds, just like Cu-Sensei didn't sleep on his bed. Oh my God, you're so right. And we both ended up with fucked up back problems. That's a lesson for you kids. Make sure you take care of your spine when you're young. It'll catch up with you. Investing on cat stuff is so silly. They're the biggest I don't give a fuckers in the world. Yeah, I I've gotten those cats a few toys as well. I've gotten like little balls. I've gotten one of those things where it's like a circular tube with a ball inside so they can slap it around the tube without the ball disappearing and it rolls around. Their favorite toy used to be when dog would like be shedding and they'd like have a clump of his hair that they chased around, batted around the room. Every time it caught in the wind, they ran around and chased it. Nowadays, it tends to be like random fucking screws that have fallen out of some appliance that they bat around, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be fun to find out where that came from in the future. They still play with a couple of the springs. There's a couple of I have like these plasticky springs that they like smack around a couple of times, but they try to hide them behind radiators and stuff. They'll play with them together for a while, and then one of the cats will decide it's theirs and like beat up the other cat until it runs away. That would be Psycho Bitch. And then she will like grab it in her mouth. I've seen her do it. I've watched her do it when she didn't think I was there. Her and her sister will be playing with it, and then she'll attack her sister, drive her sister away. She'll pick it up in her mouth, run off behind a radiator and like put it behind the radiator, and then come back out. And she noticed me and was like, and then just slunk away. But yeah, and then that's the worst thing, because like occasionally one of the springs will reappear. There's like 12 springs hidden somewhere around my apartment. When they will come out again in the future, I don't know. Most of the time they're not around. Just occasionally I'll step on one and like youch a little bit and be like, oh good, they found one of their springs. Cats are funny like that. Yeah, they are. You didn't see shit. Exactly. It's like, you're in on this too now, human. You could have stopped me from doing it. You were paying attention to what I did instead. You're an accomplice. My mom used to take care of a dog. She was a toy poodle, and I remember when my mom got a leash that retracted, it scared the shit out of her, and my mom decided to never use it again. Aw. You can get used to anything like that, but yeah, when you first get one like that, normally they get scared about the sound and like the force and stuff. Sensei has a few screws loose? I would never have thought. I mean, eventually I'm going to find out where they come from when just like the back of the refrigerator falls out, or the microwave comes to pieces, or I sit down in a chair and it just collapses. But for now, the cats have some fun toys, and I have a collection of screws that someday hopefully I'll find out where they go before it falls to pieces. My cat loved the duvets. He would always get his nails stuck in them. Oh, it's the funniest thing when they get their nails stuck places. My mom would be pissed. Oh, about them sleeping on the bed. Yeah, sleeping on the bed. I only don't let my cats into my bedroom. I say, as if they don't sneak in all the time. I only don't let them in the bedroom because cat hair tends to be like bad for PCs. If it gets like inside a PC, it can royally fuck with one. So I keep them out of the bedroom for that reason. But yeah, not great to have in beds. But yeah, when cats get their nails stuck in things, it's like the funniest thing to me. Because you go walking over and you try to help them, and they have no idea you're trying to help them. They're just like, don't touch me right now. I can't get away. Therefore, I know you're going to hurt me. Leave me alone. And meanwhile, you just reach down and just kind of like grab their paw and like casually unhook it. They don't know that they just have to like lean forward and then kind of twist and pull back. You fix it for them and they go running off like, oh God, he tried to hurt me. And you're just like, you're welcome. Silly cats. My cat would hoard my hair ties in his water bowl. That's adorable. My cats occasionally steal socks. My cats when I was younger, I had 2 cats when I was younger growing up as well. One of them loved socks. She would just like, she was a black cat and she would just pick up socks and just carry them around the house as if they were kittens. And you tried to take them away from her and she would fight for them. The other cat was just chill. He was like an outdoor cat that like came and went. He fought all the other cats in the neighborhood. I think he was like the prime. I think he was like the leader of the pride, because he like would just be respected by all the cats out there and just come back home and get fed. And he just got bored with us. He eventually started staying at a different person's house who gave him wet food. And the person was so silly about it. They were like so gloating about the fact of like, your cat likes me more than you now. I get him like this expensive wet food and you get him that dry kibble. He's never going to go home to you now. And it was like, cool. He's happy. He still comes and visits me in the garden for pettings. Thank you for feeding my cat. That's awesome. I was like, cool. He's living his best life. You're seeing this as owning me. I'm seeing that you are a very lonely person. My dog used to take socks and play with them until he was 6 years old. I don't know why he stopped. Maybe he just grew out of it. He just wanted something else instead. Love my other's dog, Henry. He's sadly gone, but I love how he walked. He looked like he was waddling. And when I was babysitting my nephew, he stayed by my side when I fell asleep to keep me safe. Aww, that's so cute. My cat keeps trying to catch water, so her nails get stuck on the water drain. That's not a great place to be stuck either, but that's adorable. My grandparents' dog bring them either his favorite plushie or their slippers when they came home. Oh, that's so cute. So it was just like, oh, you're home here. Let me bring you something fun. That's so sweet. I don't think Bear ever had anything like that. He really liked, like the same time I got him a Chewbacca costume, I got him like a Chewbacca rope toy where it was like Chewbacca's head on one side is like lower body sticking out of the bottom. And then the middle was like a tightly woven rope. He loved that thing, but then he destroyed it. And then I got him another one and he loved that one. And then he destroyed it. He destroyed those too quickly, unfortunately, but those were definitely his favorites for a while. Other than that, he would just bounce between things. He was spoiled. He had like hard chew toys, soft ones. He loved those like, what were they called? Greenies. The things that are supposed to like freshen a dog's breath and help clean their teeth. So he'd get a greenie like every 3 days or so. He more liked food than anything else. Like for playthings, he didn't mind whether it was like a bull or rope toy, whether it was tug of war, whatever it was, he'd be happy. But yeah, with food, it was like, that was everything to him if it was like cheese or chicken or beef or pork. Chewbacca costume, that's adorable. Yeah, I showed pictures of it earlier. He was able to get into it when he was a puppy and then never again. Reminds me of our neighbor cat. He likes coming over to bother my eldest dog, stare with way too much interest at the quails and chickens, and then leave without elaborating. Good for him, really. Outdoor cats are a different breed. Outdoor cats feel like they rule the world. There are a couple of cats that were around me in America where they just like would walk in front of cars knowing that people wouldn't drive over them. Like especially when it came to like the alleyways. They would just casually walk across the alleyways while you were driving behind them. They wouldn't try to run off or anything. At one point, one of them like laid down in front of me sideways. I just remember like honking at it like 2 or 3 times. Nothing. It just kind of like lifted its head and looked at me. I had to like get out and walk out of the car, give it some pettings, and then like pat its butt to make it run away. And then get back in the car. Ugh. My stepdad and my oldest cat have a special relationship because he's the one who found and rescued her. Oh, that's cute. The cat adoption service. It happens. My boy cat gave us an offering of dead rabbits without their head. Oof. Apparently we were horrible hunters, according to him. That's how cats do it. They're like, you never get any prey. Here's your prey. Now, you can hunt. I will teach you. I've talked about it, like my 2 cats, when they did find mice in like my old house, they used to like, leave the bodies on my bed. Ugh. There was one time I found like a half mouse inside my sheets. Did not know it was inside my sheets. It was like under the duvet, between the sheets and the duvet. So I like get into bed one time. I didn't look at it. I didn't pay attention to it properly. I felt something weird in my bed. Went to like brush it off of my like thigh and then felt that it was gooey rather than what I thought it might have been. Like I thought it might have just been like something random I dropped there. So I like pull back the duvet and it's just like half of a mouse, like blood dripping out onto the bed. And it was like, oh, thank you, I think. Perfect place to leave it, I guess. One of my aunt's previous cats liked to play with fate by doing what Sensei described. Oh, laying down in front of cars? Yeah. You told us the lower half. Yeah, the lower half in the bed. They haven't done it in a while. I guess this apartment doesn't have mice. They would torture them slowly back when I lived in the old house. One of my childhood cats had a baby with the neighbor's male and there was a custody battle between his owner and us. Just split them in half. Like what? Also, yeah, no, if the neighbor's is the male doesn't get shit. Male didn't carry those babies. Fuck that shit. You owned those kittens for one thing. But for another thing, yeah, fuck that. When I was younger and we had a Shiba, that old man would break it in. That old man would break it into pieces. My dog now likes to play with this lamb toy we got him for Christmas. He's super cute when he zooms. That sounds like it was a second part of something else that I did not see. Sorry. Then he tries hunting the rats around my place, and that's what infuriates my eldest dog, since that's the kind of her self-imposed job. He knows his power. Got you. The struggles between the two. Was it a rat or beast, though? Nah, it was a little mouse. So it wasn't like something huge. It didn't bleed too much, but it was still like, ugh. Parents' cat would every morning sit with anyone who was having breakfast and asking for pettings by gently patting the hand. Aw, if it didn't work, then patting slightly harder with a hint of a claw. It's like, you will pet me. Stab. He would break his toys. My bad. Ah, got ya. Yeah, they do that. Ah. Pupper! Look at the little Labrador. That's going to be a lab. He's a thick boy. What a good boy. Stepped on it barefoot too, so I know exactly how awful that memory is. Yeah, that's nasty. Bruh. Can Feli see your old doggo? No. No, I had moved to London by the time Feli possessed me, so no doggo. Pet me like you mean it, human. Holy shit. Yes. They tell you what they want. The cat is too lazy to kill the rats before bringing them into the house. It's only happened 3 times, but it's still terrifying. When I was young, one of my cats brought in a live bird, which meant that, yeah, brought in the bird, let go of it, bird went flying around the house, and then we're trying to get like it was some sort of bluebird. We were trying to get it out of the house, like holding things up in the air to try and guide it towards the doors and windows and stuff. With that said, I think we're actually going to wrap up this stream kind of early. I don't think. Let me see how many people... Did people post their pets? 147! What in the heck? We have so many pets to go through next week. I was going to say, I don't think we'll do that today. Aww, the first reply is Chris's. Aw, Sosuke is always so cute. Wow. You guys delivered that homework. Holy. So that's, yeah, mostly got to be the homework for next week. It's all dogs and cats. I was... Poplio? This guy uploaded a video of Poplio. Aww. Mixed between a toy poodle and a standard poodle. Oh, Chewings is so cute. Okay, yeah, we'll probably go through these next week. I think next week this will be a homework. I don't think we're even going to have a topic next week. Because at this point... This is going to be an entire stream. I think the next Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei episode is just going to be Pets Part 2. Because I fricked this up by yapping too much. Don't look, Sensei. Why? Sakuraba has a danger noodle. Wait, I missed Saku's pet? Oh, not... Wow! I'm seeing so many pets of so many, like, long-term Pupals. Malfina uploaded one. Luther, Toodles... Yukako. I see Yukako's cat a lot. But there's so many people I've never seen share pictures of their pets. I didn't even know they had pets before. What is the danger noodle? I wish to see the danger noodle. Oh, Nekobaga uploaded a hamster. That's the first non-dog or cat I've seen. Oh, he's so cute. But yeah, we'll go through these next week. Sorry. This is not good content, just me freaking out. I just want to see Saku's real quick. Danger noodle? What is that? Oh, a snake! Okay. Aw. Oh, it was a quote retweet rather than a reply. That's why. Got you. That's so cute. Gotcha. Yeah, I made a quote retweet. My bad. I was just looking at the replies for a while. So yeah, that'll probably be next week. We'll do like an entire stream just dedicated to pets again. And I won't yap as long. We'll only yap for an hour. And then we would just go through the homework, and that'll be the homework and part 2. Like, this one clearly needed 2 parts. I didn't even end up talking about my plans for like Duke in the future either. We're going to talk about like training routines and stuff. And like, I'm definitely going to like crate train him and get him really good on obedience, very young and stuff. And yeah. Dorwood's bird is so cool. Yeah, Dorwood's bird looks awesome. Sensei won't yap. I won't believe it. Only for an hour. For an hour, I can do that. I can do that. It's okay, Sensei. Take your time. Yeah. Should we do scrapbooks this week? even had like scrapbook. I even had like fan art saved for the scrapbooks this week, but I think we're just going to wrap it up for today. I think we're going to take it nice and easy for today. So yeah, we'll wait until next time. Whatever you say. Only an hour. It's fine. Set a timer. Exactly. Guys, we even like did the schedule this week. I was more prepared this week than I have been in like 2 months. I still managed to fuck it up by yapping for 2 hours straight. But we're getting back on target. I'm rebalancing my life work schedule. My work-life balance is coming back together. I'm getting back into my passions. I'm giving time to everything. So I think I'm rebalancing things. And that is just part of the thing where I streamed for too much today. And yeah, I'm going to wrap it up and go relax for a bit this evening. And then I've got 2 days to like work on other stuffs. It was great, don't worry. I had fun. I like talking about my pets. I liked hearing about some other people's pets. And next week, we're going to go through that homework. It's also going to be homework on YouTube. So I'll have it both ways. I will have it both ways where on YouTube, I'll have people just like talking about their pets or greatest stories about their pets. And then on Twitter, we'll just like look through you guys who's like, yeah, best boys, best goose. I've been on an hour and a half personally. Damn it. We need a Pupal TA to flash you with the wrap it up sign. Yeah, we need just music to start playing like award ceremonies. Like I'm just talking normally and then slowly the music gets louder and louder and I'm like, oh. I guess my time is up. Praise be Toggy. I owe this all to Feileacan. Bye! That kind of shit. Thank you for the stream. It's been cozy here and it's been nice hearing everyone's stories. It has. It's been sick. Wrap it up, Sensei, while a Pupal is holding the sign. Flashing a light into my eyes while holding the sign. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So I can do homework on both YouTube and Twitter, Sensei, then? Yeah, 100%. Because the YouTube is always... the homework is always supposed to be on YouTube. But I think, like, it's nice to have pictures as well. So we'll bounce between the two. We'll do, like, a story and then, like, share images of, like, 3 different Pupal's pets in a row. Oh god, for another whole week. There might be like several hundred by then. It's going to be a fun stream. We're just going to enjoy like going through pets and just like listening to stories about things. I've told some of my stories about my pets. I'd like to hear stories about your pets as well as like seeing them. Just being like, oh, he's so fluffy, so cute. We need Jeremy, oh god, to tell his own teacher to stop yapping. Jeremy. Yeah, give Jeremy a water gun. That will be, no, don't give Jeremy. Give Ricky a water gun and let him give it to Jeremy after the hour. Do not let him have it before the hour ends because he will shoot everyone. But give Ricky the water gun. Let him... well, actually, Ricky would just give it to him. Okay. Plan part 3. Give Evie the water gun. Give Evie the water gun and tell her she's allowed to give it to Jeremy after an hour. You can't give it to Ricky because Ricky will just give it to Jeremy. You can't give it to Jeremy because Jeremy's going to soak everything. So you give it to Evie who can actually control the kids. Saoirse doesn't need a water gun. She'll just like punch me. She doesn't mind. A girl, it's always the girl. I guess I could give it to Rashid as well. Rashid would probably hold on to it, but Rashid would probably modify it. It would end up being like a super-powered water gun, or it would be a water gun that also has a laser pointer or something by the time he was done with it. Yeah, no, Evie's the best choice. Lizzie could probably do it too. I wouldn't trust Saoirse with a water gun either. Saoirse would be dangerous with a water gun too. Would be ruthless, yeah. I'd get to like 59 minutes and she'd immediately aim for my eye. Is he a crafter? Yeah, he likes building things. He likes playing more creative games and doing like Dungeons and Dragons and Pokemons and stuffs. An Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei stream that's under 6 hours? Inconceivable. I know, right? But we're doing it. We're wrapping up. Okay, we're going to end for the day. I had 1 week where I actually did the damn scrapbook on stream. We'll get back to it next week. We'll be better. Sensei, stop. Shoots gun. Yeah, right in the eye specifically. Or up the nose. Or up the nose. Or up the nose. It's quite a stride track. I know. But it was fun. We talked about a lot of pets. We had a lot of fun stories. It was good. Next week we'll do Pets Part 2. I hadn't planned anything for next week anyway, so that's good. That's good. For Oshiete Yo Cú-Sensei, I mean. I pretty much know what we're streaming next week. But yeah, that'll be good. Just Pets Part 2. Okay, let's see if we can raid anybody on the way out, because it was very nice of Ash to send us the Marimonies. So let's see. Is anybody streaming? No, nobody's streaming. Ouch. No, that's okay. Okay, we can't raid anyone. But thank you guys so much for being here. We will be back on Thursday for gameplay again. We're going to be finishing the Willow Mist preview demo. That's the word I'm looking for. And then we're going to be doing a lot of fun stuff this week as well. Next week, we'll be doing another Metamorphosis Lost read through. So if you haven't already, that I will also consider part of the homework. Watch the first part of Metamorphosis Lost or read them on the blog. Either way works for me. As always, burn bright, my pupils, and I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. And thank you to everybody who already shared their fluffy guys or scaly guys or feathery guys on Twitter. I will definitely be going through those next week, and I'm so excited for them. Just seeing the first couple of images made me so happy. Have a lovely evening, everybody. Bye-bye!
Roads and saw the days go by before we had a chance to find a separate meaning. But I kept searching for a place, not a general direction. All the paths they point to you. It took me time, but then I knew that I could not go back. Won't be the same as before. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me.
I didn't finish my chicken burrito. I have dinner.
If I rest my head upon your shoulder, let the tears fall down and hide away inside your open arms, to stay like this forever, to grasp at one more day. Find a way to go beyond the unknown. Let it all just fade away until there's nothing more to say. That I'm not holding back, just falling down to be where you are. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but changing weather we stay so warm.
No, it's
Is
mine.
it really true? Then again, you always knew.
And it's delicious, just so you know.
Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me.
It's okay, guys. Always remember, pupals are food. So if you're ever hungry, you can always eat each other. Or yourselves. After all, that's what you mean to me. Just kidding. Burn bright, my pupils. Mwah.